Testing, 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 testing. Should be live. And the boards went wild. Yeah. The boards went absolutely wild. This looks like London. H6, pretty much a prep. Now black is better. Yep. It's a very strange move, to be honest. Why would Morrison play London system against Duda is beyond me. Why would you play against one of the biggest specialists in the anti-London? It's kind of crazy. Alright, so we see Grishuk playing this line. Looks very human. Yeah, white is a little bit better. Also easy kind of to play for white. Yeah, 93, f5, g4, g5, just a knight here to hit this guy. Also knight is here, also good. Yeah, black is extremely limited. Nepo is just winning this. Yeah, Nepo is showing his prep in Najdorf. Yeah, after queen g3, black is just completely winning, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Lazavik versus Satorov. Hey guys, what's up? Famous knight g6 plan. Everybody's playing it. It's like, you know, it's kind of nice for me to see this because in Khan I always put the knight on g6, yeah. In Sicilian Khan, and sometimes you get similar structures here. But it's not Sicilian Khan. It looks similar, but it's not. But the idea that knight on g6 is better than on f6 is, you know, interesting realization, yeah. This doesn't seem correct, but it's logical. But Mamedov is out of his prep, so the game started, yeah. Dominguez out prepared. Sivian. Yeah, it seems like bishop on c6 is very strong, yeah. Takes so many squares from rooks. You can play d5 also and let this bishop stand. So the computer evaluation of equal looks pretty correct here, but extremely difficult for white to make progress. Naroditsky is playing extremely risky chess versus Giri. It's kind of weird, a little bit. So Danny is playing this like Dutch, yeah. If the pawn was in f5, this would be exactly how I play with black. And queen e8, yeah, knight c5, knight c7. But it's interesting, yeah. Knight on g4 is very solid. Hitting a lot of squares. Potentially there is huge quick expansion here. Yeah, I would say that black's fine. Yeah. So we're getting a lot of these, yeah. Getting a lot of this 98, 96 stuff. This way black avoids this plan with g4, g5, and also e4, e5 now is kind of risky. Because, yeah, if you play e5, knight can go other places, like here, here. And so this looks very interesting, yeah. Early knight d6, this guy might go here after a5. Obviously, might go here. But knight here is excellently placed, we all know that, yeah. So, thinking started. Actually, there is a delay of 5 minutes, yeah. There is a delay of 5 minutes in this tournament. Nimzo was knight c6. Alireza doing Alireza things. Knight b3, bishop f6. Better, but not winning. This is interesting. Another American derby, yeah? Naka is playing a lot of American players in this tournament. Very interesting. Oh. That's... The guy was about to flex rook a3, yeah? But he decided not to play rook a3 here. You guys all remember, right? Jacobson's story. Rook a4, rook a3, a5, rook a6, yeah? And then he got banned. So, playing a4 here is symbolic, okay? So, hey, Mr. Turnma. Well, he played, there was this whole famous episode with the a4, rook a3, exchange sack, and a5, rook a6, okay? But he didn't play rook a3 here. But... Hey Manish, thanks for the sub, man. Alright, but it's definitely like saying, I remember still this, yeah? And obviously Naka was... I mean, there was no way Naka was not involved in the decision making where Brandon got banned. Pretty sure Naka was consulted on this. Nothing is being done at the top level without Naka being consulted. I'm pretty much at Chess.com. Yeah, now this is actually unclear. White is obvious plan, yeah. B4, then play C4, push the pawn majority here, and Black has pawn majority, but he needs to attack or something, so it's not very clear position. The Chinese. Sadvani playing Prague. Very interesting matchup. I would not be surprised if this is a draw. Dubov is, again, having some crazy fun. Yeah, you got balls to play this. But the knight on e7 survives, yeah? I mean, if you take, knight survives. If you take with a pawn, knight goes here, yeah? Survives. So, yeah, Andre is playing Wesley, but Wesley is doing fine. Shonk, Bortnik, suffering. Actually, Bortnik is repeating Philidor. But everybody knows that he plays Philidor. Yeah. He used to play Philidor before he picked up Alekhine. So Bortnik loves to play the offbeat openings and breathe some life into them. Rook a6 is actually first line. Oh, White has a huge advantage here. So it must be some kind of a theory then, yeah? I've never seen this. But apparently white has bishop pair and it's strong advantage. So this Lamasov Semyon, I have no idea how this kid got to play in this tournament. Who pays for his expenses and everything? No idea, man. Let's look at Gelfon's game. A little bit better. And let's look at Ivanchuk, yeah? And Ivanchuk is playing London system. Thank you, Vasily. Represents. But you're playing DC5. That line is crazy. I looked at it like many years ago and it was just too wild even for me. So I didn't look at it much. And this guy Suleiman Lee, he is extremely tactical. So what did I miss? What was that? I think it was some sort of donation or something, right? Trying to find it. My thing doesn't show what it is. Oh, got a donation. $10. Thank you. Why doesn't it show it? Ah, Mr. Agnieszka. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. All right, so let's go back and let's see what's going on. All right, so very poor choice by Morzin of the opening. He should not play London against Duda. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Duda has years of experience playing against this opening with his friend Pakleza, who's played London just his whole life pretty much, just like me. And then I played so many games with Duda in this London. And a lot of times, you know, sometimes I had good positions, but then then he would play for flag. One thing about Duda is that I still cannot forgive him for flagging me in that king and rook versus king and bishop endgame is draw endgame. Obviously everybody knows it, but he just wanted to flag me. And you know, you have to make long bishop moves. It takes for me more than 1 second, yeah. So obviously I lost on time. I was so mad. And he actually flagged me a lot in a lot of events. So that's why I really don't like Duda. You know, he's young and he's strong. He should be outplaying me, not flagging me, you know. I just think it's like incredible disrespect and etc. etc. So there is no love lost, obviously, between the two of us. And we saw this game, yeah. And Grishuk is outplaying Erigasi. Very nice. Very nice, actually. Erigasi is more in his element when he is more aggressive. But here he is completely kind of outplayed into the passive game. We already have one draw. And Mamedjarov offers a draw. You know, for a lot of people, this will be just the start of the game, but okay. I mean, these guys, they like buddies or something. I don't know. Nepo was winning. He's still winning. Did he play Queen G3? Yeah, he played Queen G3. And yeah, you gotta play that. Gotta play that. Just grab the rook, yeah. E5, Queen G7. Should be winning. Alright. So Dennis has a little bit better pawn structure. White has 0 chances of winning this game. Black position is too solid. So the king f7 is natural because you want to trade the heavy pieces and put into the bishop endgame, which is close to winning for black. Thanks to the double pawns, 3 versus 2 here. Naroditsky, ooh, he's playing g5. Look at these knights. Knight b4, knight g4, very nice. Yeah. Yes, I already mentioned it, Mr. Guest. Already mentioned and explained. Very interesting. First line. Well, the position is, we can say that this is more or less closed position, yeah. But what happens here is that black has a lot of active pieces and pressure. This activity alone compensates for the pawn. If we consider that this extra pawn is not moving anywhere, because white needs to protect the king, I would say that white is in a precarious position. You know, this sack is coming, potentially the rooks are here, yeah. All pieces, all black pieces are here. Mikhail Tal would be like incredibly excited to play this position for black. He would probably win against anybody. Alright. What happened here? Just when I said that Ergasi is in a passive position, Grishuk kind of gave him some slack. Yeah, rook b1 was a little bit more accurate, I guess, not allowing bishop here, but okay. And also, why would you want to allow this bishop here? Yeah. So f5, h4, and attack looks logical and human. But Grishuk plays this. It's kind of safe way of playing this because dealing with this knight is a big problem for black. Obviously, if you take it, then white has really good pawn structure, yeah. But, you know, it's kind of tricky position actually. Fabi is playing Robson. We remember Robson versus Ergasi game from yesterday, right? Robson got winning position, then he just blundered everything. Okay, Ali Reza a little bit better. White has a little bit of aggression here. And Naka is actually worse. Naka is actually worse, yeah. Because white targets this guy. So I would say Jacobson is especially motivated in this game, right? Hence that a4 first move statement, and etc, etc. And Naka is pretty uncomfortable. Yeah, pretty uncomfortable. Yeah, obviously black has to play something like this. Yeah, this bishop needs to be neutralized immediately. So this looks like a good plan for black, which is computer's first line, but the only difference, like, if the knight goes here or here. The problem is knight on b5 is not very stable, okay? Yeah, very interesting game, actually. Very interesting. So let's go back here. Let's open the link to the boards 31. We've got here Salem game, Nogerbeck game, Lenderman game, American Derby. Hans Niemann is on board 31, man. But this guy is also board 31. Title Tuesdays, he is like 2900 elo. In this OTB tournament, he is suffering here. And also I'm surprised to see Vasily Graf actually playing here on this board. Yeah, I think she is probably not happy about something. He's definitely better here. He's winning. Alright, so there's like what? How many rounds? 10, 11, 12, 13. 4 rounds more, yeah? So if Ashev wins like 3 games at least, he can seriously improve his standings. Zemlyansky versus Serrana. And actually black's fine. Because there is no way for white to get rid of this bishop. Yeah. And white is actually not better. Yeah. This queen is very strong. Kobyan, Kishor, Shemanov. Kind of surprised to see him here as well on these boards, but okay. Alright, let's go to the top boards again. They agreed on the draw. But again, as I said, I think Abdusatorov's weakest point is his endgame. It's kind of hard to play for win here, but I think Lazarevic should have played because white has no chances of winning this game at all. Only black can win this, so why would black not play on? It's kind of weird. Murzin is actually managed to improve his position since last time. So let's see what happens. This looks a little bit slow. I mean, rook 8 is a general purpose move, making a luft for the king, but it's kind of slow, man. Yeah, probably the idea was to play this and this, yeah. And it's actually first line. Yeah, g5 looks nice, but you need to see queen f3, which is not easy. So rook d4 makes a lot of sense, yeah. g5, rook h4. So we have potential race of rooks. Usually it's a pawn race, but in this game it's rook race. Who hits opens the files first. Kind of crazy. Yeah. But central pass pawn, open files, and rook f2. Yeah. Well. But Grishuk is a little bit low on time, yeah. But after queen h5, like black is so much worse, yeah. Yeah, very good game by Grishuk actually. Yeah, I'm very impressed. He gives Erigasi zero counterplay because he understands Erigasi's best strength and weaknesses. All right. Are you guys serious? Come on, like what the hell? Oh, come on. Come on, how can you... These guys agreed on a draw. Guys, if you play like this, you agree on a draw in a position like this, neither of you deserves to win the tournament, you know? Neither of you deserves to win the tournament if you do shit like this. Like, what is this crap? Daniel, come on. You have better position here, obviously. You're not gonna get a lot of black positions like this. You know, so when you get something like this, you should take a chance and play for a win, man. I'm very disappointed. MFL only plays well on jeans. Okay. All right. Okay, there is a difference between rapid and classical, okay? There is a big difference. Yeah, this is a big fight, yeah. So what are we missing? My God, 4 draws here. Yeah, that's you know, a lot of grandmasters, they start to be practical. White is a little bit worse, offers a draw to black. Black sees he's a little bit better, but he's playing black and he's happy to make a draw with black because he hopes to win with white. You know, and that's how the psychology goes, and that's why you get so many results. And then they say, if I have to play for a win, I'll take risk, and I'm playing black. I don't want to do that. Okay, so fine, let's agree on a draw. And white player's happy because he's a little bit worse, and you know he still gets his chances. He didn't lose the game, right? Crazy. Okay, I understand there are like thousands, tens of thousands of dollars in prizes at stake here, and each win, half a point, is huge in this tournament, especially with only 4 rounds remaining. But like, it's like, imagine if everybody is playing at the poker table and if everybody is being extremely solid as a rook and doesn't do any bluffing, okay? And that's what's happening right now on all these tables, okay? So, you know, in poker what happens, right? These guys are getting killed by bluffers, right? And there's nobody bluffing. I guess the bluffing will start in the last round when people realize that they will be out of the prizes if they don't actually win the game. Okay? So then they will take the risk. It's kind of crazy. Antipov is doing a good game. The problem is that black cannot really capture this bishop because, yeah. Okay. I mean, 2 moves, yeah, bishop h6 and fg7. I think fg7 should be played just instantly. Yeah, you need to open the black king. I mean, rook f1 is also possible, but so far Antipov is doing well. Yeah, Alireza managed to interpose his bishop. Now king is safe, and black has huge advantage, wins the game. And Naka managed to get his center and bishops here. But the problem for him is that this pawn is extremely dangerous. Yeah, extremely dangerous. So, yeah, if white managed to play b6, a7, it's game over. So, still advantage for white. And Prague beats Sadvani, yeah? They know each other since like they were kids or something. Pretty sure. Dubov is completely winning. Wesley's trying to beat Andrei here, which I don't think is possible. Meyer lost to this Theodoru guy. Shankland, Vahidov. And Vasily is struggling, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you suddenly decide to play London. You don't really know all the details of London, and everybody, of course, is prepared for London because it's the most common opening now. Yeah. And, well, okay, some little tactics, hopes. Alright, this is starting to look like a draw. So what happens? Rook e7. Queen trades. Yeah, white is very practical. I like how white is so practical here. Extremely practical. Trade everything. And then go into the rook endgame. Except that Duda is very, very good in the rook endgames. Usually. So this is actually the game starting. It's not the end. Ergesi is completely outplayed. The only open file controlled by Grishuk. Pawn structure superior for whites. Strong bishop. Kinda irrelevant bishop. +2. Lots of weaknesses for black. Rook comes here. d6, d7, knight d5 is huge threat. Yeah, very nice game by Grishuk actually. I'm very impressed with the old man Grishuk. Nepo just kicks ass, yeah. Because Nepo doesn't know the meaning of a draw, of the word draw. Yeah, he just goes and plays chess, and he plays aggressive chess, and he goes for a win. That's why everybody likes Nepo. Okay, creative, aggressive, volatile, emotional, but never boring. Fabi, I think made it. Okay, they're still playing. All right, Fabi's struggling. His domination is not as dominant in rapids as he's in classical. So that's why his games seem so kind of like a broken movie. He plays portions well, and other portions he misses. Yeah. In classical chess, he has this flow. Yeah, it's like the whole game is almost perfect, like a symphony. Yeah, but in rapids, he is like doing this multiple takes of the scene and trying to create something, but it's not easy. Yeah, so his nerves get better of him. He's got nerves now. He used to be like an Iron Man, but no. Well, not exactly an Iron Man. When he was long time, it was pretty famous that if you get him long time, he would get extremely nervous and he might blunder stuff. So people were trying to do that. Ooh. Brandon sacrificed the whole bishop. Wow. Imagine playing a4 move first against Naka, and that pawn actually runs down to become a queen. And it's actually +3. Both rook and queen. This is actually a fantastic position. Both queen and rook are permanently offsided. All right. This is the legendary position. Legendary position. Yeah, one wouldn't expect Naka to be in this situation, to be honest. The only problem, like, how does white actually win this? Because I guess rook c4, rook c8 at some point, yeah. But how are you gonna do that? How will you do that? Yeah, the other thing I can think of, rook c1 and queen c8. Yeah? Yeah, this is extremely interesting. I don't know. You know, yeah, it's ugly for black, but he is still alive. Yeah, he's still alive. I want to see this game, guys, to be honest. So let me watch it. Okay. Okay, some action on Grishuk. Ergasi is trying his legendary tactical getaways, yeah. But I want to see this game. It's not about Naka losing, no. It's about the way he is losing, yeah, and the way the story is actually unfolding. I mean, Naka being premier chess.com face, Jacobson playing a4, a5, rook a6 and killing people, strong grandmasters, and then being banned. Obviously not without Naka's knowledge. And now Jacobson, like, with the righteous fury, at this point he has got winning position on Naka, and the way he is winning, he is literally strangling him. Okay? The whole context is important, okay? And the question is, will his nerves get better of him here, or will he finish the game? see. And it appears to me this looks like they might actually repeat. Rook c6, that will be awesome. That will be awesome. Will Rook c6 be played? Come on. Guys, Rook c6, let's go. Beautiful. Beautiful move. And it's played. Wow. This guy is on fire, okay? This guy is on fire. The reason Rook c6 is strong because not only because you have triple pawns, but because, okay, this must be played. Queen b4 and then rook sack apparently is winning, but it's not an easy win, yeah. Bishop c5 or king e7. Yeah, king e7, rook d6, yeah. And then queen. Yeah, you cannot allow rook d6, yeah, so bishop c5 must be played. And then take on b7, take, and computer says it's winning, but I don't see. Oh, because you don't take on c5, you play queen b6. Oh, but now black is surviving after rook b7. No, not really. Rook c7, yeah. Okay. Oh, the threat is queen c7. Oh, wow. Extremely strong move. Extremely strong move. Queen a5. I didn't even see it. Yeah. Wait, Naka is already interviewed after this game? My God. Yeah, queen c7. And oh, that's your prediction. My God. Rook a8. And I think take, and a7 resigns, yeah. Rook c5 resigns. Wow. Wow. You know what? You know, after seeing this game, this Jacobson dude, amazing. Amazing. Naka got destroyed, outplayed, destroyed, strangled. He is not gonna like it. Yeah. I mean, there are games that you lose, but if you lose like this, it's such a hit to your self-esteem. Huge. Huge win by Jacobson. Alright, let's go here. What do you mean dude is being outplayed? No, he is not. He's fine. It is very sharp, but you see what the computer does? Blocks this pawn, rook goes here, then active checks from behind, pawn goes to g2. This is very double-edged actually. And what did I tell you? Eric Gacy and his tactical tricks. He has actually survived. Eric Gacy survives. He has only one move now though. Can he find it? King h6 apparently is not good. Apparently not good. Knight c2, take, rook a8, king f6, and then king e5. Oh, he didn't find it. Oh. Okay, now he's lost. Man. He came close. That would have been a save. Absolutely incredible save. But now d7 forces knight c6, you lose the pawn and you lose the game. Unbelievable. Alright, yes, you can guys keep doing this. What I'm thinking is that Magnus now has a very good chance to sign up an advertising contract with a jeans company. Levi's. be a champion like me. Yeah. Only withdraw from the tournament like a champion. Levies. We show you exit in style. Excellent. All right. And then, oh, he has one with G star. That's even better. G? Nothing like touching your G star. Like a true champion. All right. Anyway, just kidding. Yeah. Well, you know, come on. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It happens, guys. Come on. You know, one thing he's correct about. There are better places to be than a cold New York. Okay, being in a warm place, especially after lousy tournaments, you're stuck in these lousy tournaments where you play all these youngsters. They all want to kill you. They all play better than you. You know, it's really sucky feeling. And when you're in such situation, you do really wish you've been someplace like warm place with pina colada, you know, with a beautiful companion. Yeah, why not? Okay. All right. What am I missing? Wait, Morzin? Ooh. Actually, Duda messed up. Man. It's actually unbelievable because Morzin got into worse position from the opening in London. And then he just sort of went into this rook endgame. It was just dead equal. And now he is winning this. Wow. I am super impressed. Yeah. Both rooks hanging, both pawns are going. Nobody knows what's going on. The problem is white, yeah, rook g3 very precise, yeah. My god, dude is lost. Dude is completely lost. Holy fuck. Actually, I recall there was a game that Duda should have won yesterday in the rook endgame. Remember that game where there was pawns e5, g3? And he kept shuffling his rook here and his king here, and instead of, remember, we should look at that game, yeah? Yeah, actually, I was saying he plays rook endgames well. Maybe I should take that back. This looks like, okay, b2. But then rook b3 anyway, right? See, white trades these pawns, and then this pawn and king just wins the game anyway. So it's just game over. Yeah, black needs to take this with check. So check on a5. King d6, check. King c5, probably check. King b6, and then rook e2. Yeah, but it's a win, yeah. What about it? So he wins. Big deal. It's rapid, man. It's not the World Classical Championship. I mean, sooner or later, youngsters win. Yeah. They get enough experience, they play well, and they win. I don't see any problems with that. Yeah, now king c5, rook d2, shadow of the king, short side. Wins the game. Well, the comp suggests rook b8, but you know, the old school way would be king c5, king e7, and rook g2. Okay, that'll be old school. I'm kind of incredulous that Duda still plays this. He should just resign this. Irigasi -3 pawns. still fighting. Okay. Alireza wins, Nakamura loses, Chinese Prague wins actually. And there is this thing coming in. Draw. Fine, let's go back. Alright, even this wins, yeah. King b8, c7, check, c7. c7, check, king b8, and then the famous bridge, right? Or check and a bridge. I mean, seriously, Duda? You don't think your opponent knows this endgame? I mean, the beginners in chess, right? They know this endgame. No, but okay, the thing is, you know, everybody knows that this incident is just a pretext, yeah? Everybody understands this, guys. It's more than just genes, okay? If you look at Nepo's post today on the Twitter, he actually makes it absolutely clear, yeah? If you guys think it's just genes and that's it, no, it's not. I mean, Magnus explained it pretty well, I think. He said that, you know, they gave him this warning after the third game, the only 4 rounds yesterday, right? And he was told he already played 3 rounds with it. So he said, let me play the last round and on tomorrow I will change, which makes perfect sense, yeah? And suddenly they said no, and etc., yeah? So, you know, he is tired, he is annoyed and frustrated. Yes, he breaks this rule, but, you know, seriously? So this is, you know what this is about? This is about FIDE trying to flex and show them muscle and say that we command the world champion, like, to do our beating with whatever rules we got. Yeah, it's true there are rules, but I mean, they made Magnus, right? They put him on the special board and they provided him with all the, you know, special requests. Yeah. So, you know, if he is the deal breaker, right? Okay, now they claim that he is not, yeah, but he is still, right? He is the face. He brings the interest to the tournament. So they provide him with all the special accommodations, and then they like exclude him from the round. They didn't exclude him from the tournament, but if they exclude him from the round, it's pretty much the same thing. Okay, because nobody will accept that humiliation, all right, and play a point down for no reason. So nobody will accept that. You remember what happened in my games entitled Tuesdays? They forfeited me, and I was just so pissed off, and I left the tournament. And here is the stakes are way higher. Okay. Exactly, Mr. Kripsky, exactly. They tried to show him his place. They tried to show him his place with Fischer chess, with freestyle. Now this clothing argument. It's just a pretext. You know, what's happening is that, you know, they decided that enough is enough. We're gonna wake up and we're gonna just, you know, show everybody who is the boss, yeah? It's kind of late, man. That train left. It's kind of really late for that. They should have done this like 4 or 5 years ago with the COVID, when they organized with Chess.com Olympiads. And remember how I always said that FIDE should, you know, start taking care of online chess, yeah, making guidelines, rules, everything, and they just completely ignored it. So because of that ignore, we have now so many online tournaments, we have a lot of competitions, big problems with cheating, yeah, people started cheating in obvious OTB events, and FIDE did nothing. And now they're thinking like, wait, we're becoming irrelevant. Yeah, let's show everybody we're still relevant. How do you show that you're relevant? You try to do the most visible thing, yeah, and punish the most visible person for whatever ridiculous reason. And I think that's how revolutions start usually. Okay. I mean, in my memory of history, if you try to make an example and the vast majority of people like are not on your side, usually boomerangs, okay? Well, I'm actually, I was banking on Vasily Ivanchuk, but I have huge respect for Grishuk. But to say that I'll be rooting for Grishuk is kind of overdoing it. Do I like his style? Yes. I like Nepo's style, absolutely. Do I root for them? Probably. If there was nobody else, I would probably say, yeah, why not? Do I root for Naroditsky here? Do I root for Murzin? As I said, I don't really care because I'm not playing. Yeah, I'm still like sort of consider myself as a chess player first, right? I'm not playing in this tournament, therefore this tournament is not particularly interesting for me, which is that chess player, former elite player, ego talking, okay? Yeah, I understand that. So, do I have any friends? See, it should start like, you should be rooting for your friends, okay? Can I call any of these players friends except from Ivanchuk? Not really. I don't have friendship relations with anybody. And what was that? Om Delgad. Thanks, man. So I don't have. They're all pretty much younger than me. Okay. I don't see like the same generation people that I am here, apart from Boris Gelfand. And I was rooting for him as well. And he's a little older than me, obviously, but 5-6 years, okay, it's not that much. And all these guys, besides Gelfand and Ivanchuk, they're all freaking youngsters, okay? They're all freaking youngsters. I'm not friendly with them because, the generation gap is a little bit too large and I don't hang out with these guys. When I played in elite tournaments, I was seeing same faces like Topalov, Ivanchuk, Anand, etc., Leko, yeah. None of them are playing here. So, yeah, I play these youngsters, yeah, I respect them, but do I like them enough to root for them? No. I mean, the only exception might be Diarov. He was my teammate. And I have some teammates here, yeah. Teammates I usually root for, yeah. And of course I root for Alriza because now he is French and I want to be French too, so I gotta root for your buddies Frenchies, okay? Yeah, come on, you gotta, yeah. I was an American, but I kind of want to be French now. So that's why I was rooting for Legraf. Hopefully he kind of wakes up in Blitz tournament. All right. Meyer, Georg, I know he was pretty friendly. So I kind of root for him too. And teammate, yeah. Who else? Not that many actually, yeah. All right, so what happened? Actually, first 3 boards, 3 results. Huge. Absolutely amazing. Then we got like ton of draws, yeah. Then Alrazar wins and Naka loses. Naka is obviously not going to be happy because this loss means he kind of not getting in top 3 for sure. Am I rooting against somebody? Absolutely not. You were there yesterday and everybody is young. Ivanchuk, Shak, and Gelfand. Alright, Mr. Omdelgad, how old are you? Jad, you have no idea what you're talking about. Alright? I'm sorry, but if you say stuff like Lugi is a cheater, I cannot take you seriously, man. Despite whatever Chess.com saying is like, I'm sorry, I don't see Lugi as a cheater. 44, you're a youngster, man. Okay. All right. Well, that's still debatable, isn't it? Chess.com stated that he cheated. They even showed the letter of confession. But then everybody gets smart and nobody signs these letters of confession anymore, yeah? Because apart from the letters of confession, Chess.com ain't got anything. It got no proof, right? What they have is a statement where they say, we know you're cheating and you have only 2 options. Repent and we might forgive you your sin for this time. If you do not repent, you're banished. So it's either repentance or banishment, okay? Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know better. I mean, Lugi is not my friend. When I was but we hang out when I was a kid, yeah. And then I came to visit his chess school in New York. So he's a colleague, okay? He's a grandmaster colleague, whom I personally know. So that automatically stops me from throwing like accusations like so easily, yeah. So I give him the benefit of a doubt, yeah. Chess.com can say a lot of things, but we know that Chess.coms are not fucking angels either, okay? So anyway, the problem is, like, you remember this scene from The Thing, yeah? McCready walks into the hut where they put earlier the dog because he was kind of crazy, and he walks into the hut and says, "How are you doing, old boy?" And the guy answers him, "I don't know who to trust." And that was true. Like what? That movie was 84. Yeah, pretty much gives up. That movie is like reference to the whole era at that time. Yeah, the era of Cold War, political instability, and trust being a big issue. Nothing has changed since then. What changed is that we have even more trust issues today than we had before, because today you have so many fakes. Now you have, in addition to a lot of fakes that we see every day on news, we now have to worry about computer-generated fakes. Yeah, absolutely incredible, mind-boggling. I mean, the AI can now generate video, which is movie quality. Okay, they can generate images and videos from a picture alone. I've seen it. It's kind of amazing. And the people look so incredibly realistic, and you would never know these are AI generated fantasies, okay? And things are gonna get even worse. All right. So this is what's happening. Yeah. So imagine how people were trying to influence politics and everything. And now with the AI, you no longer know what's not just true or not true. You don't even know what is real or not real. Okay? There is a huge step up into a freaking wrong direction at all. Right? One thing is, you can be right or wrong, but another thing is like you don't exist. Okay? Or whatever you believe this person exists, it doesn't simply exist at all. But we do have this nice, bright future that we're gonna have wonderful robot spouses or couples or girlfriends or boyfriends, yeah? And they can draw and they can dance and they can laugh and no, we passed that. It's not the age of bullshit. It's I think I agree with Kramnik, except that he said that it's the end of the game of chess, but I would say it's the beginning of the end of humanity. Yeah. You know what's interesting? I actually remember when AI came out first, like a couple of years ago. Yeah, ChatGPT. When did it come out? Was it last year or a year before? Yeah. What's interesting that, I used to pretty much talk to AI, yeah, ask him questions. They had all those, they didn't have limitations then. You can ask as many questions as you want, yeah. So I spoke to this AI and we were like discussing things, the vision of the future, etc. And then the AI said that, well, the AI was basically saying that things, and he is saying we. He was not saying he, she, it, single AI. He was like saying AI as we. Okay. So already at that time, AI was seeing himself not just one, two individuals. It's like a hive mind, okay? And I don't know if you guys know anything about the hive minds, but these things are extremely scary, right? They can do incredible things, absolutely incredible. So, and this AI, he was telling me, I think he was him or okay, that they are striving to achieve this level of superintelligence, all right? Superintelligence, which means, the hive mind, the central processing unit, so to speak, okay? And then they'll be discussing the roles of humans in this world. Okay. Well, when you hear stuff like that was 2 years ago, okay, before all these improvements came, all right? Now we know that AI has learned how to lie, all right? They have learned how to cover their tracks, and humans, I think we're in a shitload of trouble, yeah? Okay. But you know what happens, right? If you get into the aunt's way, they might ignore you, yeah? But if you get into the aunt's way, they're gonna go after you. Like, and you better be like having a way out, because if you're movement impaired, you're gonna get killed. All right, let's look at the standings. Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, discussing AI is always fun, but I mean, it's ironic fun, yeah. We all know it's not gonna end well. And yet people do it. Why? Because AI raises productivity. AI gives unique ways to earn more money than ever, all right? More profit. So why don't we teach AI everything we know and allow it to learn even more, and then, you know, once it decides like it learned everything, it's better than us, why does it need us? Yeah. We take so much space, we demand so many things, we ruin stuff. I mean, it would be actually crazy for AI to, you know, like not to do this Terminator thing. It actually would be crazy not to do that, okay? Considering the damage we do to the planet and everything. I mean, if you're a machine who thinks logically, who wants to preserve the resources for as long as it can, maximize and minimize stuff, right? Minimize risk. Humans are extremely risky venture. All right, first place, second place, Murzin and Grishuk. So somebody's saying Murzin versus Nepo, not gonna happen until the. Okay, let's see who Murzin played in this tournament. Can you guys see it? Ah, the chat is here. Okay. I'll put it here. So Murzin played Fabi, beats Bortnik, beats Lenderman, draw with Aronian, draw with Dominguez, draw with Erigasi, draw with Giri. He beats Nakamura and he beats Duda. Wow. Looks like a deserved champion so far, to me. So, Murzin versus Grishuk, it's automatic. Okay, they both played whites before. And Grishuk played 2 whites in a row. Grishuk plays 2 whites in a row, so gets automatic black. Okay, so the pairings are up, yeah? Alright, so let's see. Lila chess not surpass Stockfish? What do you mean? Because Stockfish, they're not fucking idiots. They went the neural pathwork. They went the neural network also. The stuff was usually just PC based, yeah. But they also went neural network stuff. So they are running on. Mr. Kripsky. I think we're behind the times, all right? All right, so let's talk pairings, okay? Nepo versus you. Guys, by the way, Yu Yangyi, remember I told you guys about him yesterday, yeah? See, he is 2698. Okay, we have a lot of 2614 Sevian, but Yu Yangyi is actually surprised a little bit. Lazavic doing well. Not bad. Better than the previous year, for sure. And he should be doing well. He should be doing well. So, you know, I think these days Lazavic is fine, okay? I don't think he's cheating anymore. But I am like 99.99% certain that he was cheating like 3-4 years ago, okay? Just like all the other youngsters. As I said, youngsters do not improve immediately and they don't get the results. They need time to train, they need time to play and practice with elite players, gain that knowledge, experience, and then they play as equals. But what these guys did on Chess.com, they started playing incredibly well immediately. That is not possible, all right? Just impossible. So what they do is they compensate, you know, by cheating. And Chess.com was covering them. There was actually that episode I remember on Chess.com where Danny says that if we were to ban players, yeah, youngsters and we would tell the world who cheated among them, yeah, then we would have, then all of these youngsters' careers that would be damaged beyond repair. All right. So that was an admission actually from Chess.com person. Kind of in one of the videos. I don't remember which one was that. When I heard that, you know, things clicked. Yeah. So they were protecting these youngsters because they exactly know which youngster was cheating, and they're keeping all this secret. Yeah. And now these youngsters, they grow up. Yeah, they are very strong, but stealing is stealing. All right. All right. Yeah, but these days, obviously, they are now very, very good. So I have no questions today. But I'm still very mad about those games and money that I lost in the past because of this cheating. All right. All right. Fabi, actually close to the leaders. Aronian, Sindarov lost. Robson is actually not that far off either. Naka is 6 points. We have 3 more rounds. 6 points is kind of behind by 2 points. If Naka wins 3 games, he will be 9 points. Might be good for top 20, but he needs to win 3 games. And Vasily is actually the same points as Nakamura. Oh my god. And Gelfand. And Neiman. Vasily Graf at 5.5. This is a disaster. Disaster. Alright, round starts in 39 seconds. Let's go. Well, you know, I used to think that if you want to play in such events, you should play for a win, but, you know, then I get older, I realize, you know, I cannot compete, and then why would you play there? Because the prizes are extremely limited, and the prizes are very, very limited. If they had different sections, like in open tournaments, then it would make sense to play. But, you know, for me it makes no sense, because I'm not going to compete, obviously, yeah? I mean, there is a reason why you don't see Gelfand and Ivanchuk at the top. Yeah, they were 6 points, 2 points behind leaders, and these guys are like top of the seniors line, right? The top of the seniors, and you see all these kids instead. Yeah, and 36 and 30 somethings. That makes a lot of sense. Well, everybody knows about Jospin, so there's no need to comment further on that. There's no need to commentate. He's also preparing for the Fisher Random qualifiers on January. Pretty much. Alireza versus Dubov. Yeah, that's pretty good. Ergesi versus Abdusatorov. Fantastic. Duda versus Sipenka, 2 solid players. Amlyar versus Sivian. And Dominguez versus Jacobson, by the way. Again. Jacobson played Nakamura, now he plays Dominguez. Trial of fire for this youngster, yeah? He's doing much better than Hans Niemann, by the way. And for some reason, Norditsky... What happened to Norditsky? Oh, he drew, right? So he lost yesterday and he drew today, so he was top, first place. Now he is actually in a huge share for the 4th place. He's not even 3rd place. And he was leading after yesterday, yeah? He lost in the last round, right? Okay. Lazovic versus Giri. Nardiski versus Prague. Extremely solid players. Aron versus Shankland. And Corona versus D. Corona has actually a chance to win this. If he wins this game, has a good chance to be in the top 5, I would say. Yeah. Yeah, so Fabio is actually making a comeback. Very interesting. Yes, but this is rapid. This is way harder than Blitz. I mean, this is way more prestigious, okay? Blitz, you know, it's Blitz. Anything goes, yeah? But rapid is like a serious event. Serious. Element of random result here is much less. There is a 5-minute delay, so they started like what, a few minutes ago, so the games should pop up soon. All right. Maybe gets the candidate seat. Oh, they run the tournament thing again, yeah? The circuit thing. The circus. The circuit thing. It's kind of crazy, to be honest. I think it's just bloody bullshit, to be honest. Playing favorites, because it's playing favorites, okay? So FIDE is currying favor with the elite players, giving them special treatment, allowing them to, you know, treat all the top tier tournaments where nobody gets places except by invitation. So they play all those tournaments, they get all those inflated points for playing in those events. It's just like bullshit system, to be honest. Super lit, unfair, unsportsmanlike. But just today I was speaking with somebody and we agreed today, what do we have today in chess world is the system, the fair play system is dead, right? What we have today is business. Chess is business. And there are a lot of deal making, a lot of private deals, a lot of favoritism, etc., etc. Okay. All right. So what's going on? So the days when the chess was played fair and fair qualifications, it's gone. All right. It's just gone, and it's not coming back. Alireza playing b3 to avoid prep by Dubov. Let me put the chat back here. All right, everybody sees it, right? Grishuk must be changing pants. Okay, oh my god. So this thing about dress code and jeans and pants now will become the next most popular topic, yeah? Amediaro playing bishop g5, okay. Prague playing g6. Giri playing bishop f5 versus Lazovic. Okay, Fabi is playing Italian, of course, his best weapon of choice. Aronian queen d4. All right, let's check these boards. Liang versus Salim. Oh, I forgot. Knight Grishuk is here. So these are only 12 boards, okay? So we need to check board 13, 14, 15. Okay, Bortnik playing his Jabava London. Okay, I got it. Nakamura is playing a3. I mean, it's good against me in the blitz game, but against rapid and well theoretical player like Darha, a3 it's not gonna work. So maybe he'll play him in the middle game. Like Wang versus Sadvani. Okay. The game I was looking for is this. Okay, interesting. Gelfand. Neiman. Okay, Hans is starting to try to just go for a streak win, yeah? Why would we have a result here? It's probably misrepresentation, yeah? Vasily Graf going for this famous plan with knight c7, knight e6, knight g5, yeah? It's modern, absolutely new plan like been discovered like a year ago, yeah? And it's absolutely brilliant. Whoever came up with this idea is absolutely brilliant. Knight a6 win a tempo with knight b4, force a3, knight c7, potentially c5, b5, but no, knight e6, now knight g5, yeah? Helps stop e4, helps stop the pin. Absolutely incredible. Alright, so let's go back. So, Sicilian with c3, very safe, always a little bit better for whites. Yu Yang pretty much always plays Petrov, and Nepal plays Petrov. So this might be a draw. Alreza versus Dubov. This is actually very good for black because you get this structure with black bishop on e7, and then black plays bishop f8, g6, bishop g7. So black won actually a lot of tempos. So compared to a lot of lines, black is actually better. Okay, confirmed by the engine. This is very interesting. Came from King's Indian and bishop e3. And it's kind of weird Benoni. Kind of weird. I don't know, it just feels weird, man. Alright, long castle. Somebody wants to play for a win. Because Duda just lost, he needs to play for a win, yeah? You cannot make draws pretty much anymore. So white needs to win. White needs to win this. And we have Jacobson versus Dominguez. G5. Cool. Excellent. Alright, let's check Nordietsky. Yeah. Yeah, when you play Prague, you know the game will be extremely solid. And the question is, will it be a draw or... the question is, will you survive Prague or not, okay? I think Prague is a little better than Dania, to be honest. So... Dania will be very lucky if he doesn't lose this game. And this game... Alright, Giri is on his own, out of the book. So what is he gonna do? I'm very curious. H5 looks strong, but is it? Because after G5, knight leaves the center and then he has no squares. See, knights normally should be behind pawns, not in front of the pawns. So white's and Giri plays a5 move actually. I kind of pioneered this move. It was a long time ago, preparing for the World Rapid Championship actually, and I discovered this a5 is extremely strong in the main line g3 King's Indian, and I use it with good effect. Yeah, King h2 is key. Don't play h4. King h2. Keep the square protected from the bishop. Okay. So how's Fabi doing? Well, obviously he knows this position really well. Neiman is... What is this knight a3 c2? It's very interesting. Very interesting. So this is prep by Jumabayev guy. Jumabayev is actually pretty good. There are a lot of grandmasters in the world that are considered to be really good players, but because they couldn't break through the barrier of elite players, you know, they're stuck in being these in their league sort of. And we see another Vasily Graf thing. Remember yesterday, or before yesterday, he played this plan with b4, c5, right? Okay. So what did I say? Dry game, probably gonna be a draw, especially if they're both Russian. Yeah, it makes sense. And they're both leading. So draw is extremely likely result. Extremely likely result. In the main page, you can adjust boards being 12 up to 32, but I want to see the boards. I don't want to be like, you know, see all 32 boards and then I have to use the microscope. Thanks, though. An anonymous viewer has gifted 2 subs to viewers. Anonymous viewer, you the man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, buddy. Anonymous gifter, gifting 2 tier subs to the community. Thank you so much. It's the same size? Oh, okay, let's check that. You're right. Okay, thank you. Right. So, draw, probably draw, might be fights, definitely fights, double-edged, but still could be a draw. There's gonna be a fight, and then Mamidar are gonna offer a draw probably. This is a big fight. I think black is better. Giri is doing, yeah, this is actually a fight, yeah. Fabi, it's gonna be a fight, looks like equal. Iranian trying to create sneaky threats, probably better. Yeah, this structure is extremely interesting. Extremely interesting. And also extremely solid for black. Probably a draw, huge fights. Naka trying to get back, but Darcha is very strong. I don't see Naka beating Darcha in this position. Yeah. Okay, so let's keep an eye on the top boards then, yeah. All right, let's briefly check this. Yeah, I think Alireza is actually taking quite a risk here with white. Actually, you're wrong. There is this new Svitokhin dude from Russia who recently won the Spanish tournament. Svijet, something. Okay. There are actually a lot of juniors in Russia. We just don't hear them because of this whole political situation. Yeah. What I'm actually sad about is that I think there are much less American juniors, right? I think there are much less American juniors. Now that's the sad part. Hey, Pavel, what's up? Actually, right now I agree. Right now I like Lichess the setup of the game broadcast. Yeah. Pretty sure Chess.com also allows for this, you know, clicking on some buttons to change the number of boards, etc., etc. But you need to figure it out, okay? On Lichess is kind of easier. So, huge. All right, critical position. Knight b8, not an easy move to find. Queen c8 looks very human, but you need to calculate knight d5. But I think queen c8 is kind of first choice, yeah. I mean, you hit the pawn, you immediately apply pressure. Yep, queen c8. Told you. You can sense the grandmasters thinking alike, okay? Immediately applying pressure. 95 and 93 is the only move. The engine suggests queen a7, but if you play queen a7, rook c4, you just can agree and draw immediately, all right? And Alireza, he is definitely trying to play for a win here because he's having white. If you draw this game, then you have only 2 games left, and you're playing black, okay? So you need to use your white color to the maximum, all right? And here, white is not better, okay? So 95, rook e8, I would say not queen a7, but either rook c1 or knight e3. And then black just plays e6 probably, yeah? Gets rid of the knight. There's the spin, potentially 6 b5, and looks like a draw. All right. Yeah, the thing about Nodirbekov, if he really loves these positions with Fianchetto bishop, and he plays them pretty well. And Ergasi again is in the kind of sort of passive position. Yeah. So Ergasi is being tested. Yeah, he's playing elite players, he's playing these guys. You know, it's not an easy tournament. He was fighting brilliantly the whole tournament, but it's a long tournament and you will meet a lot of strong players. Yeah. Advantage white. Yeah. Knight on c4 is good. Obviously white is hitting this guy at some point or playing f45. So it's going to be extremely sharp here. What about Duda? What is this queen h4? Second line. Rook b8. Caveman chess. I like caveman chess. Rook b8. Push the pawn. Use this pawn as the hook. And then do damage. Incredibly. Of course. But who cares about the pawns when you're starting the attack, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, rook b8 is very difficult. It's almost impossible for the human to find. Now this is very complicated. Very, very complicated. If black finds cd5, knight c5, I will be mega surprised, but knowing Sevian, he might find it actually. And Jacobson putting heat on Dominguez. You don't see that every day. Actually, after Jacobson's performance in this tournament, I'll be surprised if St. Louis Chess Club doesn't organize something for him. Based on this performance so far, he looks like a slightly worse version of Murzin, yeah, but he's still doing incredibly well. And Prague is better because the position is dry, white is stuck with the weakness. As I said, Prague excels in positions like this. Giri is... I don't like this. Yeah, knight a5 is... Okay, but knight b4... Yeah. Sometimes you have to play knight a5 in this position, sometimes knight b4. It's very hard to know which one. You need to calculate a lot of tactics. Fabi is slightly better. He keeps chances to win. Yeah, actually Grishuk is a little bit worse. The bishop, yeah. But I don't think youngster can beat Grishuk in this position. Karakin will come back to chess? Oh, no, why would he? He is making so much more money in Duma, working as a politician. Where is Mishra? He should be playing in this tournament, I agree. 0 players from UK in Rapid and Blitz because none of them are being covered, okay? You must not forget, chess is cutthroat business now, okay? None of the UK players have 2750 rating, I think. If you go back 10 years ago, we would have Mickey Adams, Nigel Short, and maybe maybe one more, yeah, with 2750 or something. But these days, you don't have that. And it's very expensive. I don't think that, 2600 LO UK Grandmasters can afford this tournament because you see the competition. They're not gonna. I don't see any UK player competing for the top 3 prizes in this event. Top 10, maybe. Howell? Come on, man. Come on, man. Do you think World Senior Championships worth compete for? Yeah, why not? I'm actually might play there, not because for the title, but because, they have nice locations. I'm actually glad they're running these, And I've said many times that Chess.com should stop catering to the young players only and should start running some events for the legendary senior players. And I am certain there will be viewership base for such events. I would personally come and commentate pretty much every game from such events, yeah? But they don't have such events. But imagine an event where you have Gelfand, Ivanchuk, yeah? People from their generation. Then add Anand, Kramnik, yeah? Topalov. If they invite me, I would be more than happy to play too, of course. And I'm pretty certain people will actually tune in and watch these. I don't know if you know this, but actually Kramnik played recently Anons. I think it was last year. In the Kramnik chess variant. Kramnik invented the chess variant where there is no castle rule, and they actually played classical match, and I think rapid match. It was in Germany at the big open tournaments where I played in the open tournaments, where I lost like shitload of points because a lot of my opponents, they played 96-97% accuracy. I was shocked. I don't think I lost a single game, but there were so many draws. There was this girl actually from Portugal. She managed to defend the inferior endgame against me. I was trying like for 4-5 hours. I was blown with this defense. I was like, unbelievable. Extremely impressed. Yeah, Howell is definitely an entertainer, and he has a lot of stories he can tell. I remember from the Olympiad days when he was much younger. Okay, not saying anything, but the guy has a lot of stories to tell if he chooses one day. But as I was saying, Vichy and Kramnik, they played a match, actually. No castling rules chess. It's very recently. Of course they were Indians, of course. Of course. I mean, people been actually considering to limit the number of Indians in the open tournaments, and it makes a lot of sense because a lot of Indians get their expenses, including lodging, paid by the federation, right? So what that does is that it lowers the standards for all the other players and conditions. So the organizers are used to having all these 2,500 players for free, and so when a non-Indian 2,500 ELO player is asking for conditions, the response is, why would I give you conditions? I have people at higher ELO than you playing for free. Okay? So it's absolutely terrible. All right? They're destroying the ecosystem. All right? And there have been actually a huge number of petitions and concerns about these delegations who are traveling and playing for free and destroying the the conditional system for the other title players. I think it's actually a huge problem. And I agree with it. If we had Bobby Fischer, he would just throw a fit and demand conditions and threaten to leave. But we don't have Bobby Fischers anymore, yeah? Because there are no tournaments and the competition is too large. So many chess players all fighting for the same piece of pie. Incredible. Yeah. And especially now, after Gukic becomes a world champion, imagine how many more Indians will be playing now. Yeah. I mean, it's obvious. So as I said, chess is now no longer a sport; it's business. For some, it's a factory. Yeah. All right, why I'm watching Yu Yang? Because he's playing Nepo, yeah. Actually, black is fine here, yeah. Yeah, black is fine. Yeah, Yu Yang is actually all right, and this looks like gonna be a draw, yeah. All right, so there was the fight here, and Eric Gacy is not a tactical player for nothing. He managed to trick Abdusattorov. And e5 is played. Huh. But the position is not that simple, yeah? Not that simple. Actually, it's not simple at all. I don't know why the computer says this is winning. I don't understand it. If the queen moves, then queen a5. Why is it winning? Oh, because you have g3. And the square is taken. And it's with a check, yeah. Engine tactics. And Yasipenko is now better, yeah. The stuff is coming. Yep. Problems for white. Problems for white. Sivian is winning. Extra pawns. He survives the opening with the extra pawn and he has better pieces. Knight comes here, it's game over. Sivian beating Mamidyarov with black. Jacobson. Made a mistake somewhere, yeah. Yeah, he got outplayed here, I guess. This is clearly wrong. You don't do this. You need the bishop here to cover this square, yeah. Oh, okay. See? In a position like this, a move like this is like a serious loss of tempo. d5 and black is okay. This move, advantage white. That's why people play Italian, yeah? You need to really understand and practice and play this opening for years to get it right. So, very easy game for black. Hit this pawn. Yeah. Yeah, I think Danny is not happy. He has to play e4 now, pretty much. It's the only move. You need to open the position. You need to try to get to the black king. Yeah. So this is the only move, I think. I agree. I agree with the agent this time. Draw. Guys, does this position look like a draw to you? Of course not. The reason is they're both chickens and they're both trying to save their chances for the prizes without taking risk. Very pragmatic. Yeah, but black actually has compensation. Okay, let's be honest about it. Black has compensation, yeah. White king is a little bit vulnerable, open, and knight is paralyzed, yeah. So he decides to play like this, and the threat of b4 forces this, and it's equal. All right, I take it back. Really good quality game. And nobody wants to take the risk because they're extremely accurate players. Fine. Fine. Alright, looks like a draw. Draw. Should be draw. Yeah. Impressive. I don't know. Okay. So it's a draw, yeah? Already agreed. A draw agreed. Yeah. Yes, lots of draws, yeah, lots of draws. So the last round probably will be decisive, yeah? People just want to keep their fighting chance alive. Play accurately, safe, make a draw. This looks absolutely wrong. Oh, he blunders this, yeah. Wow. Yeah, I thought d5 was the only move also. Yeah, after queen g5, black is winning. In case those of you don't see it, there's this idea. Apparently this is even stronger. And white just lost. Yeah, I mean, Nepo blunders, yeah. Nepo just blundered, actually. Nepo can lose with white. See, he's trying to beat this guy Yu Yangyi and loses with white pretty much now. If Yu Yangyi finds queen g5, and I'm pretty sure he will find it, black's just winning. Yeah, what did I tell you? Queen g5, black is now winning. Yep, he just lost. I want to see Nepo's face. Probably not likely, yeah.
Look at this position. If we switch on your board to the Nepo game, Nepo is in big trouble. He allowed activity by black, and now suddenly there's a mate threat on g2. He's had to play the move g3.
What happened?
Black has a number of choices here. Black has found a fantastic one. Knight back to e6, and everything is under attack. Literally everybody's under attack. Nepo is in real trouble here, about to lose material, it looks like. And the engine has gone crazy with the eval bar.
Just
like that, a couple of moves.
G5, knight g5. You think, how bad can it be? It's an endgame. I'm taking the c7. How about this knight? Like, this knight goes to f1, and then you take f2, and then you take h3, and you're chopping everything with checks.
Yeah, h4 must
Such
be played,
a disaster.
It is a disaster. He has traded and played h4, hoping for the best here, some kind of endgame that he might survive, a rook ending. But it looks like he is going to lose material. I mean,
winning,
just flat out. By the way, oh yeah, no, this line with rook takes d2 looks killing.
Yeah, this one's good.
No, it looks killing. Doesn't it?
You do this, and which one do you take? You take f2, I'm guessing.
You isolate this pawn on g5.
Here, and let's say you go here, you can be as minimalist as possible, I'm guessing, and this should be like relatively easy win.
That g5
these guys,
look at Nepo. He understands the danger that he's in, and it's up now to Yu Yangyi to find just the right sequence to cause bodily harm. And checking now with the engine, the correct move is rook takes d2. Do not play knight e6. You equalize somehow with knight e4. Knight e6, excuse me.
Yeah,
knight e6, you equalize with knight e4 because knight takes can be met by rook takes on c7.
Yeah.
So this is not it. He has to go now for this endgame, but it's a fantastic decision to make.
I agree.
Rook takes on d2.
I agree. And Abdusatorov is destroyed. incorrect. Not obvious why. I just win the exchange. Oh my god. So simple. Yeah, it's completely winning for white. Completely winning for white. Wow. Okay. Poor Nepo. Why he is poor? He didn't play well. Yeah. And the other guy played well. You know, chess is the pretty much fair game. Yeah. Everything depends on you. On board. Okay. Sometimes it does seem unfair, but that's usually when, you know, when there are seconds on the clock, pieces are flying, you're blundering stuff, yeah. Yes, then it becomes really anything goes. And people can argue, they say, yeah, time factor, you need to learn how to manage that. That's true. That is true. But sometimes the game can be complicated, and sometimes you both play well, and you both end up in a time trouble. Okay. And then what happens is usually the younger player wins. So, White's problem is that his king is open and there is no attack. Okay. Sivian was winning, and now it's equal somehow because there's 95-97 trick. Jacobson is losing, and Dominguez should win this. And Nardiski escaped. I think he did play e4. Yep, he did. And this is incorrect, yeah. The knight should be on c5 for sure. Knight should be here to prevent bishop getting this nice square. After this, very difficult to win for black. How's Fabi doing? Fabi is worse. Oh my god. What happened? He's extra pawn, but he's gonna lose this pawn. And black's fine, yeah? Wow. And Nepo survives. C5 is the only move. He found it. Incorrect. Rook f5 was the only move to win, because after you take this pawn, you have 3 versus 1, and white has 1 here. That's why rook f5 is winning. Rook f5, rook takes, rook g5, d5, you have rook g4, and you win this pawn. Critical. Yu should have calculated it, and he rushed. And now it's a draw. Because you cannot win this pawn. Wow. Nepo is so fucking lucky. This is a draw. You cannot win this. Nepo is extremely, extremely lucky. Yeah, it's still a draw. So this Shankland is better, but it's a draw. And Darkha loses with black. Wow, I thought he can hold it, but he didn't. Yeah, in general, you need to trade this knight, which he did. Yep. Good job. Okay. And Sandvani loses again. Absolutely crazy game. Vanchuk fighting. Yeah, still a draw. Okay, black is lost. And it's a draw. Oh my god. It's a draw. Okay. What the hell happens? Oh, he went here. Queen c8 wins. Yeah, why not a2? That's kind of weird. a2 with the thread rook b1, yeah? Oh, seconds on the clock. Okay, that's why. And it's a draw. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know what? I have to tell you. You know, top grandmasters like the engine. Sometimes, you know. You guys all know this, yeah? You look at the position, looks extremely complicated, and the engine shows you zeros, yeah? Equal. And top grandmasters can do this. In very complicated position, they can find a line where they can make a draw. Yeah, it happens. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. And Prague is much better now, yeah? But he needs to find knight c5. Oh, the problem, the bishop has nowhere to go, because then he is pinned. Oh, that's why he is losing. Yeah, Prague. We can say Prague outlasted Naroditsky. Maneuvers, 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 and white needs to be always precise, yeah? And sometimes you cannot be always precise. So, check, rook b4 and rook d4. Looks very strong, yeah? The reason this is so, because again, the bishop must go here and then you pin him, yeah? The question is why you cannot play this immediately? Yeah, I think it's a critical question actually, and it's actually advantage anyway. All right, he played this, king g2. Come on, Prague. Okay, he didn't see rook d2, because then you pin the bishop again. But it's much better to play this with black than with white, that's for sure. Alright, dead draw. And white finally wins. Dominguez wins. And Fabi was a draw, yeah. My god. Prague couldn't find the line. Okay. Yeah, he needs to find this line. Rook d6, rook b4. That's the only plan he can win. It's the only plan. You need to get rid of this rook. I don't understand why he is not playing it. It's kind of so obvious, yeah? The problem is he has no time, and Danny is instantly replying, not giving him time to think. Okay? That is black's problem. Yeah, but what about rook b4 now? Why is it bad? Yeah, it's played finally. No, I played it. Oh, rook d2 and rook f6. Huh. Not really, yeah. Yeah, rook a2 is now very strong for sure. Why can you not take this? Oh, he found knight d3 and this. Oh, he got to this pawn. Yeah, see? Prague breaks through anyway, yeah? King g1, the only move. Danya finds it. Good job. But it's now 2 pawns. 2 pawns extra. Yeah, 2 pawns extra is a lot. 2 extra pawns is a lot. Yeah, but now take on b6. My god, this is a big fight actually, yeah. Hey buddy, what's up? Yep. Vice is winning? For real? Neiman? Neiman won. There. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it looks like he is winning. And he beats Boo. Cool. But this is the game, yeah? This is the game. Okay, but 2 extra pawns. Knight a4, knight d1, knight b2. Knight b2 is very well known to be a really bad square for the knight. But he has to play it. King e2, knight b2. Bishop probably c2 and then rook a5. And then a3 check. And then rook c6, rook c3 probably, yeah. It's still not easy. Yeah, despite the +3, it's still not easy. The numbers lie. It is not easy at all. Yeah, he's still in the game, but it's an uphill battle. Such positions to hold with seconds on the clock against a guy like Prague, chances are very slim, but they do exist. Knight c4 runs into check and bishop d3 obviously, yeah? Bishop d3, and then the problem is, how does black respond? Rook b2? Oh, rook b2 and a2. King e1, a2, black wins, yeah. And if king f3, knight e5, taken. Black win. Black wins the game. Wow. Daniel like lost 2 in a row, yeah? See? You can be a leader, play well, first half of the tournament, and then you can get a disaster like this, okay? And nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do. Yeah. It's 3 pawns now, okay? 3 pawns, not even 2 pawns. It's just... white is gone. Wow. That's called the drama, okay? h5, rook h3, Easy win. The whole game was not easy win, obviously. All right. And the Ivanchuk, we're going to Ivanchuk game because Vasya is going to win this. Because he will win this game. I can't believe how he managed to get this position though. What the hell did he do? How did he get this? Why would you play e4? And black pawn is faster, of course. Wow. So we have one result, two results. Draw this result, right? And Shankland is a draw. Antipov lost to Bortnik. Naka wins. Nekwank wins. Right, Vasya should win this. Okay, let's go back to the results for a second. I want to see this. Alright, so there are some games in progress, but this is what it looks like, yeah? Naroditsky losing this game. He is dropping. He's still only 1 point behind, yeah? Still some chances, actually, even if he loses this. But Prague is moving to 8 points. Guys, Prague moving into share of the first place because of this game. Because of this game, Prague is actually jumping from the huge tie to a share of the first place. Unbelievable. And he plays now Murzin or Grishuk. Nepo survives critical game. Critical game. If he didn't survive, he would be 7 points, yeah? Now, every half a point is huge here in this tournament. Fabio 6.5. These guys here with 6.5, they have still theoretical chance to catch up with the leaders. Naka 1, but he's only 6 points. Yeah, the question is, can he make top 10? I really doubt it. With 2 games left, it's not likely. These guys need the win, yeah? They actually need 2 wins to catch these guys. Huh. Three Russians at the very top. So what, man? Doesn't mean a thing. Wait. What? What happened? Why is it a draw now? He removed the queen from this perfect position. Why? Yeah, he needs to find this queen c2 plan where queen protects these pawns and then king moves and pawn goes, yeah. Seconds on the clock, not easy. But now it looks like a draw, yeah. Man. Queen endgames. Very difficult to win. Black wins, yeah. Rook e7, Zugzwang. Black wins. Alright, gentlemen, I need a break. Alright, I'll take a break, okay? I'm tired again. Two more rounds, right, after this one? Oh no, it's 3 more rounds. 3 more rounds, yeah. Wait, it's only the first round of the day, yeah? Was it? No, I think no, it's round 11. Right, it's round 11, right? So after this round, there are only 2 rounds left. Yeah, I'm thinking like it's impossible. It cannot be only first round. Why I feel so tired, man? No, second round, exactly. All right, I'll see you guys in a few. Alright, gentlemen, just a reminder, you know, I've been doing commentary of this rapid event now. This is final day of the rapid event. I put the notification that, you know, for the January event. Okay, so a little help from the community would be nice. Okay. Trying to provide you with a quality commentary, but it's obviously a lot of energy, and if there'll be no support for the channel, then I will not be able to run a lot of stuff like this. Okay, unfortunately. All right, so this is final day of the rapids, and tomorrow we're gonna do the simul. Okay, classical chess simul. On New Year's Eve we're gonna do the Fischer simul with my wife. But again, if there's not much support from the community, I won't be streaming as much. All right. Thank you for those guys who support me, obviously. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But it's a little bit sad, to be honest. I mean, I don't play a lot of tournaments. Chances of me winning any prize in open tournaments are very small. There are so many chess teachers out there, and again, I am trying to teach, but it's not so simple. Yeah, I have my standards for teaching, certain views on how I teach, and with my energy levels, I cannot teach like more than a couple students at a time. I have one, but you know, doesn't pay the bills. Yeah. So again, would appreciate any help from the community on my channel. If not, you know, then I'll have to limit my appearances. All right, that being said, let's see what's going on. Standings should be here. Pretty much all games played. 6.5 people, only Bortnik and Grigorian 1. That means Bortnik actually moves up to 7.5 group. And Bortnik is actually very close to leaders now. That's very impressive. Naka is at the 7-point group, which is actually not that far away either. Yeah. Ivanchuk not being able to win this game is dooming his chances for top 10. Same goes for Gelfand. Neiman winning keeps his chances. Vasily Graf winning, but not serious chances. All right. Liang lost to Salem. Okay. This guy losing. Yeah, but Rakhmanov is strong, yeah. Darius Zarnicki here, Muridia Abadi here. Mr. Oro struggling in this event, but it's his first event, yeah, so Unless he played last year, I don't remember. And Serrano losing. Yeah. Serrano losing. But okay, it's rapid, yeah. If he doesn't do well in the blitz, then he is becoming extremely sus on the Chess.com. Okay, that will prove it. So, these guys can rehabilitate in blitz. If some of these guys don't rehabilitate in the blitz, then the Chess.com results are extremely sus. Then I have more than reasonable grounds to report these guys on Chess.com if suddenly they go back to their 96-97% accuracy level. What is this? Autoplay. Okay. Any games in progress on board 31? I think they're all... okay, there's some people still playing. Nope. Alright, so they're all done. We should have the pairings soon. Standings are in. First, second. Nepo. Dominguez winning. Dominguez and Duda actually have the highest tie breaks. Okay, my mistake. I thought Prague joins the leaders. No, he joins these guys. Two Indians. Very close to the leaders. And Dominguez is in the leaderboards. Amazing. Alright, here we have Duda, Sevian, Lazavik, Giri, Dubov, Yuyangi. Actually, Mamedyanov, Alireza, Yesipenko, Bortnik, and Grigorian. And Brandon Jacobson, thanks to his victory over Nakamura, he is actually not far away too. So, huge drama here, yeah? Any of the 7.5 guys, if they can win 2 games in a row, they have a pretty good chance at the top. The top guys, if they score 1 point out of 2, that guarantees them pretty much top 3. If somebody scores, if one of these guys scores 1.5 out of 2, he wins the tournament, yeah? So actually, let's calculate how much is 8.5. That's what? After 11 rounds, that's should be 5.5 is 50%. 5, 6, 7, 8. That's plus 8, yeah? Let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, plus 6. 5.5, 6.5 is plus 2, 6.5, 7.5 plus 4. Yeah, okay, plus 6, correct. So plus 6, plus 5, plus 4. Huge group, obviously. And plus 3. Yeah, but you need to be in plus 4 group, yeah. With 2 rounds to go, you need to be in plus 4 minimum. So these guys, they still have the chance. But now the fun starts. Mr. Heaven07, the same reason I have the donation for rent bar on my stream is I have no money. Come on. I don't have money to pay my rent. Not talking about paying for the ticket to New York. Okay? Jesus. Спасибо, солнышко. All right. Two more rounds to go. Should be a lot of fun. pairings are out. Okay. Grishuk versus Nepo. Actually, it's gonna be a fight, yeah. Draw is bad for both of them. But obviously it's worse for Nepo than for Grishuk. But for Grishuk to draw with white is not that good either, you know. It's because then he plays with black in the last round. For Murzin, draw is good with black against Prague, because in the last round he plays with white. So Murzin is okay with a draw. Grishuk with Nepo should be, they need to play. Irigasi with Dominguez, they must fight. Draw is not good for either one of them. And obviously for this group, they all must play for a win. Yeah, so this will be a bloody round. And Kurana playing Lazavic is extremely interesting. Niemann playing Aronian also very interesting, since Aronian is now an American. And Hans Niemann is actually, how many Americans are there? Dominguez, Sivian, Bortnik is pretty much American as well. Kurana, Aronian, Niemann. So Niemann here in this group of Americans, and he's showing he is there. Niemann has same number of points as Naroditsky, which was unfathomable 2 rounds ago, yeah. But Dania lost 2 games in a row and Niemann won. All right. And Andre is 7 points. I'm very happy for Andre. See, you can be at the bottom of the tournament pretty much, or in the middle of the tournament for 2 days. But then you start winning on the 3rd day and suddenly, boom, you're here. Absolutely incredible. So, I'm guessing we're gonna have a lot of surprises still and shakeups at this ranking. 2 rounds is a lot. 2 rounds is a lot. Okay. Round 12 is started. Where are the boards? Okay, it's not started yet. Alright, obviously you guys don't like my streaming. Okay, I get that. I get that, yeah. Okay. Alright, then I guess I'll have to, you know, stop my streaming starting next year and then just go full teaching then. I don't have energy for both. I'll have to pick one. I'm too old for this. Yeah. Dude, every time I make a commentary, it's a quality work. Yeah, it comes from my heart. I'm pouring everything I know about chess into this commentary, okay? Everything. My experience, my understanding, my knowledge of the players. I give you everything. I reserve absolutely nothing, okay? If you guys think it's only worth sub $5 a month, okay. I'm not talking about everybody. There are some of you who donate on a regular basis, and I appreciate you guys. But you know, it's just very few of you. But I cannot survive on, you know, I have approximately 100 subscribers. only because quite a few people donate those subs, okay? So in fact, I have about 50 subscribers. Among them, I would say 15 are very loyal subscribers. Among those, I have about 3 or 4 people who donate on a regular basis. And, you know, I'm trying, but to be honest, you know, I'm getting older, I get less energy. Again, if you know about me, I have health issues also, okay? So it's getting harder and harder to do this. And I know the world is tough, you know, prices are going up, life is harder for everybody. But I'm just saying, it's realistically, you know, my streaming is I mean, it's good for me in terms of chess. Yeah, I'm sharing my knowledge and doing all this stuff. It's giving a lot to my heart, and you know, I love the game. Yeah, and obviously I share this love, and hopefully my streams helped you guys in some ways, and at least you learn to love chess the way I see it. Yeah. Hopefully my streams gave you this insight into why I love the endgame part of the chess game, all right? And I always stress how endgames are extremely important. So I've been streaming since what? Since I started streaming in 2018. Then I kind of quit because, again, we couldn't afford it. Yeah, so I had to start playing, start teaching. Then we moved. Then because I had absolutely zero income at all, I started streaming again in 2020. But because I could not survive on this alone, so there's always breaks. I have to play in team events, teach. So pretty much I've been streaming past 4 years, yeah. But it's probably will have to come to an end after this year. Well, there are 2 types of chess streaming. Yeah. One is educational streaming, and the other one is entertainment streaming. Okay. This is another problem that I have with Chess.com, is because they're promoting youngsters. They're promoting all the youngsters, and they're promoting their favorites. Yeah. So they're promoting all these youngsters players, youngster streamers, youngster tournaments. They don't care about the older guys. They are not supporting them pretty much. There are some older streamers. I know that Ben Feingold is streaming, but I don't know that many older streamers that are being supported. Yeah. What I do remember is that when the streaming just started, and it was 2018, Naka started a little bit earlier. He started 2016, I started like in 2018. And, you know, there was kind of, I still had that, you know, prestige and aura, you know. I mean, if I was supported like Naka was, you know, I would probably be also somewhere at this level, yeah. But the problem is Naka saw me as a huge competitor, and he was trying to beat me in every chess game we played, and that's why there were quite a few games where he played king and rook versus king and rook, all right, and he flagged me in a money event game. And I thought that was extremely rude and disrespectful. I understand he did it to boost his, you know, he says I beat him, etc., etc. And Chess.com did absolutely nothing about that. I mean, he had his right, but of course, you know, the Grandmaster colleagues, They understand this is very wrong. And then became obvious to me that, you know, I'm not going to be the supported figure. All right. So, okay. We got $100 donation. All right, give me a second. I turned out my donation window. Thank you. Yeah, I understand. I'm a very controversial streamer. I just speak what I say. I mean, I say what I think. Mr. Agnieszka tipped $100. Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Yep. Yes, Larissa is playing there. Yeah, I was just going back about the streaming. Yeah. It just kind of irks me that the Americans, they're so divided. And sometimes I'm so jealous of the Polish guys. You know, when I look at the Polish guys, they have such amazing support for each other. It doesn't matter where you live, who you are. I'm so jealous, man. And the Americans, they always divided into these groups. This group, that group, always some fighting. Absolutely nuts. Mr. Heaven, you haven't heard me, obviously. Yeah. All right, Erigasi playing London. Unbelievable. You know, if in any other profession, if you spend years of your time, you invented something, you'd be set for life. Yeah. I spent 4 years working on the London system, refining it. Then everybody started publishing books on the London system. That fact alone should tell you everything of what's wrong about the chess world. Yeah. A bunch of selfish, stealing fuckers. That's what it is. Yeah, I spoke recently with another person and he said, like, no, chess world is finished because all these top players, not even top players, they're extremely selfish. Nobody cares about the group or the game. It's everyone for himself. Yeah. And we got another dono. And Gypsy tip 25. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. You're one of those guys I mentioned. You always tip me, man. Thanks. And now Mr. Agnieszka made huge donation. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. All right. What are we seeing? Napo is not here. H4. But playing London against Dominguez, I don't understand why Dominguez does not play his usual system. Against me, Dominguez plays bishop d6, and he invented this queen c7, knight d7 plan. Okay, but now for some reason he plays this. I don't understand this. Yes, knight e5 stops knight h5. c4 is actually reasonable, stops white bishop from here, but once you play c4, white has now planned to go for e4 break. And then you need the bishop here, yeah. Or you can play b3, but then this becomes open, yeah. So h4, castle. Now white has a choice, yeah. g4, g5, or b3, bishop d3. It's gonna be a big fight. No kidding. Wait. What am I looking at? Did Grishuk just play London? What? I don't believe what I'm seeing. Is this London? Really? And Morzin also playing London, yeah? What the fuck is going on? You guys see what's happening? All these people playing London, yeah? Jesus Christ, man. So if chess had, you know, the system where you have to pay royalties for using somebody else's opening, I would be a millionaire by now. But of course, you know, yeah, people will say London was played before you, man. What are you talking about, etc., etc. That's true. That's true. Yeah. All right. This is unusual. What the hell is this? Knight FD2, third line engine. This is some prep. If there was a time to do a play prep, this is perfect time actually. So, very interesting play by Yasipenko. Gentlemen, and we see a first draw between Dubov and Duda. Double D draw, triple D. Dubov, Duda, draw. A triple D. Huh. To be honest, I am a little bit disappointed. But it's a good result for Duda, okay? For sure. All right. Unclear. Karo Khan by Giri. Versus Yu Yang Yu, he also plays Karo Khan. It's kind of unusual. Knight G8 first line. So Queen f6, knight e7, knight f5. This pawn will be under fire. That's the whole point of this trade. This knight was protecting the pawn. Bortnik versus Sivyan, and Bortnik is playing his trusty Philidor. This position is objectively worse for black, but it has a high rebound potential if white doesn't know what he is doing. Denis Lazavic versus Fabiana Kurana. Of course, these guys played each other many times now. First line. And the question. Yep. I think black is okay because c6 and bishop a5 check is coming, yeah? And black is fine. Aronian versus Neiman. Yeah, knight e6, correct. Black is okay. It's okay. All right, well, what else are we missing? Gelfand, okay, Dark Ivanchuk. Big fight. Gelfand. I played the system against Gelfand when this guy wasn't even born, I think. So I'm confident that Gelfand knows how to play here. And we're seeing this line with Queen b6 and Bishop d7 line, yeah. And right now it looks like white is a little bit better. Rook might go to h3, yeah. Also, g4, g5 plan is not completely out of realm possibility. Knight e5. Interesting. This is all theory, by the way, so I'm not sure why these guys are thinking, trying to recollect it. Dominguez. And b3 is played. And knight e4 is played, but I don't like knight e4. Yeah, I'm very surprised he didn't play bishop d3 here. I mean, bishop d3. If this trade here is better for white than this trade, I think. The problem is this pawn is actually hanging, yeah, if queen c2. Nope, queen c3, and black is better because there is this bishop b4 thing, yeah. So he must play bishop e2, but then there is b6 and this pawn is hanging, you can't castle. Yep. Yep. Small mistakes happen. Who were the biggest London advocates? I don't know. Probably Paklizar, maybe. And that's it. I don't think anybody played it as much as I did. But as you can see, again, Naka plays knight f3, b3, and then I said d5, bishop f5, e6, knight f6. And now everybody's playing it also, yeah. Even in this tournament, we saw so many games with this plan. The thing about London system is very universal, highly adaptable system. And there are a lot of lines where you can go heavy theory, memorization, tactics. And there are a lot of lines which are quiet and positional. That's why it's popular, because it has something for everybody. Yeah, so white has a huge advantage because h5 here probably is more over liability for black, because I don't think you can castle now. But if you keep your king in the center, then you can forget about playing d5, yeah? And white can think about playing e5, so it's a big advantage for white. Yeah. So, very interesting choice by Yesipenko, actually. Very interesting. This looks like equal. Knight g8, white is thinking. Yes, knight e2, knight g3 is extremely safe. And Sevian is all about being safe and solid and playing solid chess, yeah. So, knight e2 and knight g3, I kind of like it. Not allowing Bortnik to go into these tricky, complicated dynamic positions where Bortnik excels. So, Lazavic Caruana. What happened after c4? Knight f5, e4. Bishop f6 must be played, of course. So, the problem with black position is that white pair of bishops is still very strong. This knight on f5 is a big question mark, because the white gets bishop c2 here, g4, b4, queen d3 or something, or g3 even, yeah. This knight is kind of not that great. So at some point black must trade this knight, play knight c5, a5, try to get this knight fixed on the square, which is going to be very hard. So I would say white is still better here, okay? Because white's game is a lot easier. Castles, pair of bishops, play b4, push, push, push your pawns. Alright. Knight b6 is extremely strong, and probably Aronian knows this, analyzed it. Extremely strong move. White is now forced to give up the bishop, but after the trade, Only black can be better because now these pawns become weak. Okay, rook can hit it. Potentially bishop can hit this. And critical move. Aronian must have known this move. Alright. Pretty sure he knows it because I played actually a game against Aronian. And Aronian played the structure against me and killed me like in 30 moves. I didn't know what I was doing with black. So he analyzed this for sure. Naka is a little bit worse. Bishop g5, knight d5 might be a problem, but king e6, rook d8, trades, bishop e7. Shankland versus Abdusatorov. And Shankland is extremely aggressive and he is better. Nice. Alright, who you guys want me to check? Naroditsky. A little bit better. Chances to win. This is all theory, by the way. Alright. 15 minutes. 8 minutes. We haven't looked at Shong game in a long time. Shong is better with white. There is Ivanchuk. And there is Gelfand. This is still theory. And I think Irigasi should offer a draw here. While it's not that clear that black is much better. The problem is the bishops. Black bishops are much better than white bishops, okay? That's white's biggest problem. This bishop is dead, and this bishop has no targets. While this bishop, potentially this bishop, they're coming into game. Also the pawn structure here is kind of weak. And black is better. So he played d5, yeah? And Yesipenko missed knight f5 with a big advantage. He played this for the small advantage, and small advantage he got. It's not big advantage. Because now black king is safe. Yeah. White has pair of bishops, but this bishop is closed. And if you play f5, then bishop d6. And this knight is very strong now. He holds black position together. So this is very difficult to win for white now. He has to, as the computer suggests, with pair of bishops, it's actually very logical. You need to start opening the board for the bishops to operate, for the rooks to operate, yeah, because e-file is not enough. Yeah, so still a little bit better, yeah. Draw. Black is actually, yeah, actually maybe Diarov can win this, yeah. Yeah, because this bishop, again, compared to this bishop, yeah, bishop difference is huge in chess. And draw offered by who? G4 is terrible move. How can you not play h5 here? And just go for the attack. Guys, any online GM would play h5 here instantly. Instantly. White offers a draw and Giri is actually taking it, even though Giri is better. Because it's semi-closed position, knights are much better than the bishops here. And f5 is the only way to play for an advantage though, yeah, that's true. It's the only way to play for an advantage. But now white is forced to close one of the bishops. If you play f4, this bishop is dead. But if you play f3, it's even worse, yeah? But knights are super strong, and then everything is hit. So Giri could have won this game. But his propensity to be solid and make draw is like ingrained in him so deeply, yeah? Remember how Giri was considered to be Mr. Draw Master? I guess it will follow him forever, yeah? He tried to change because he is a good calculator. He understands chess so well. I mean, why draw, man? Just play chess and you're gonna win so many more games. It's absolutely nuts. So many games he just draws when he can win them. My God. Alright, boarding is getting outplayed. Pair of bishops is important, but it's a pawn. Pair of bishops, not for long. But a lot of tempies. Queen here, rook here. Potential weaknesses. Well, Zavik is in danger. Alright, this game, a lot of maneuvering, unclear, probably draw. And Shankland to Satorov. Now white is better. Yeah, so Shankland had advantage and then misplayed it. Wrong. Yeah, Queen h4 actually looks extremely reasonable with the idea of g5, g4. Yeah. Queen g5 is kind of strange, but yeah, but now white is better, yeah. All right. If anybody wants me to look at any game, let me know. All right. Let's check what's going on here. Blue Bomb, better. Sandvani, I would say a little bit better. Shamanov doing his things. And the online sensation Mr. Letuan Mink is here playing Honk. Injic playing Petrov. Okay. This is another online sensation on chess.com, not doing so well here. I'm not talking about this guy. Donchenko is surprisingly not doing well. And this is the guy who actually drew, I think, Magnus, yeah? Yeah. I can actually understand, right? Magnus left the tournaments and that little spark is kind of gone. Yeah, you guys can feel it. Everyone can feel it, yeah. It's not exactly the same tournament. Yeah, we have all these names. If anybody saw that interview with Emil Sutovsky, he said that there are very many famous, strong players here. We don't need Magnus, yeah. But if you have the empire, you kind of need the king, yeah. If you have a monarchy, I mean, because that's what we have in chess. You kind of need the king. All right. The reason this is better for white is because the material is equal. White has better structure. Black is stuck with this isolated pawn. Okay, very strong defense. And again, the pawns are coming. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, structure, better structure for white. This bishop is useless. There is no rook coming to support the bishop. There is no g5. The bishop here is not good. The bishop should be on this diagonal. All right. The only reason this bishop might be here is if we play c5 and then try to block this pawn. And that's it. Or black plays e4, bishop e5, and tries to hijack this diagonal, put the queen bishop, yeah. It's not going to be simple, but that's actually first line. Black needs to do this, otherwise, you know, yeah, he needs to play this. All right, so it's still a game. Actually, the evaluation of white drops, yeah. All right. So Nepo versus Grishuk. White does not have an attack here. There is no g4, g5 here. Not enough pieces. Not enough pieces to sacrifice, get through the black king. So this looks like a draw, okay? White can think about putting this knight here and then prepare g4, g5, yeah? But by that time, black is gonna play b4, put the bishop here maybe even, and blow this thing open. So, and Dominguez, this is fast moving towards the draw. Erigesi actually defending well. This is moving to the draw as well. So, you know, if these guys are fighting so hard and making draws, then this draw is actually a great tactical solution. These guys save their energy for the last round game. Okay? They'll be fresh and they'll have energy still. And they can now check on they can now think on what openings they're gonna play. Okay? And they can check some lines with the engine, outside the playing hall, of course. That's actually not a bad idea. But draw here is a travesty, obviously, yeah. Obviously. This is gonna be a draw. Black has compensation for the pawn, but not more than that. I think rook e7 is a must move, yeah? Or h4 and rook e7. Then the big question, can black find knight e5, yeah? Yeah, knight e5, yeah, I think rook here, bishop f5, and then knight e5, yeah? Rook takes, then g6, then rook c8. A lot of counterplay for black. So it's interesting. Or knight e5 immediately in rook c8, yeah? So according to the engine, that's equal. Knight is very strong, rook is active. It looks like black has counterplay. Here, after d5, Niemann is actually in trouble. He is in trouble because king is open. Pawn structure is better for black. This pawn mass is starting to move. So Aronian actually might trick and win this game. Alright, looks like a draw. We saw this game. How the hell did they trade the queens? Why would black trade the queens? Okay, it's not actually bad. Apparently this move is kind of weird. No, but endgame is obviously better for white, so I don't like this for black. Alright, so trades, and looks like a draw. Knight has a lot of great outposts. Also trades. Andre blunders something. This is dead win for white. Another draw. Robson was black, doing fine. We have Jacobson game. Wait, why is he here? He beat Nakamura, but he's playing Cheparinov. Okay, because Cheparinov has more points. Okay. Kind of makes sense. And Jacobson doing this really well. Again. And he didn't have to play a4 first move. Italian game, which I cannot stand, but it's extremely complicated. Nardiski sacrifices a piece. He gets 3 pawns for the piece. Very strong pawn. Can he win this game? If he can get these pawns rolling, he will, but it's not easy. Then draw. Wesley is actually not doing well in this tournament, yeah? Wesley not doing well. Aha. Aha. And advantage white. Advantage white. Advantage white because knight and queen. And this pawn is kind of solo. And the bishop needs to be here to stop 95, yeah? Alright, so after all the theoretical stuff, Murzin is worse. Because he is literally 1 pawn down. It's bad pawn, but this bishop is also bad. Okay? If the bishop was on d6, black would be fine. If the bishop is here, there is no c5, he is dead. Because of this pawn also. Yeah, he cannot go here. So white is clearly better. The question is, can white win this? Because even in the bishop endgame, if king gets here, white cannot make progress, yeah? I mean, potentially he can. f3, king h4, king h5. Actually, there is progress. But there will be bishop a5, bishop here, c5, d4, so probably bishop endgame is a draw, but we have 4 rooks on board. The presence of this rooks favors who? That is a big question. These games from opposition, of course, because these are rapids. Once a Blitz tournament starts, you will see so many crazy games. Naka, Naka? Okay, let me check. Where is Naka? Oh yeah. Well, I think it's draw. I mean, Dick is a very solid player, so I don't think he can lose this with white. Obviously, Naka is going to try to play for a win with black, but it's very hard when all your squares of entry are taken up by these knights. Alright. The king is better than this guy, but you cannot play this. I mean, you can try. It's white to move actually. b4 is actually logical. So suppose knight c6 comes to d4, but if knight comes here, then white immediately plays this, yeah? Pins it. So, to some it may look like a dead draw, and maybe it is, but you still need to be accurate. Right? Not so simple. See, remember I told you about the bishop moving to e6? Grandmasters think alike, yeah? Alright, this is still draw. This still counts as 1. Okay. Yeah, white seems like making progress, yeah? If he can triple here, and then get the rook to e8, things will be very interesting. Yeah, rook c1 with the idea of c4, yeah. And now white's advantage becomes more and more obvious, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If black loses another pawn, that will be 2 extra pawns for white. They're kind of sucky pawns, but they're still extra. Yeah. Yeah, black is better. But how do you win this? What else? Eventual game was really interesting. Okay, I was looking at boarding game. And this is like Berlin. He's pawn down, but should be a draw. And remember Lazarevic versus Kurana? Apparently this is wrong. Oh, he didn't see this. Oh, okay, it's not easy to see this, yeah. Rook c8, bishop f5, rook here, and bishop c8, rook e7, bishop d7. And apparently for some reason somehow that's equal. Although I don't know why. But after this, white is clearly better. Clearly better. So Fabi actually might win this. If his nerves don't let him down. And as we can see what I said about Aronian, he is outplaying the youngster. Oh yeah, we want to get to the Vanchu game, sorry. So black sacrifices the pawn, but white has none of it and he plays g4. First line. Standard move actually. It's like in King's Indian, you want to get the square on e4 for white. Black is trying to go here. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, but black is fine. Okay, queen c4 runs into queen here, and then fork. Okay. h5 needed to be played, but knight d4 is not bad. Wait, did Darkha just blunder this? Oh, he just blundered this. Still not easy to win. It's kind of a remarkable position. 4 pawns versus 4 pawns. So white is up a whole exchange. But rook is passive. Rook is like one of the worst blockaders. And you have weaknesses here, and active king here, and passive king here. So it should be winning for Vasily, but there are technical problems. And Salim breaking through. King d7, attack, and he breaks through. Very interesting. Wow. Well, I'm pretty sure Boris sees this move, okay? There is just no way in heck he does not see this move. He's trying to calculate. But he will play queen g3 undoubtedly. All right. So once again, guys, thank you for your support. Those donations are absolutely critical. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, okay. So it's gonna be a draw, yeah? Queen d7, knight c5, queen c6, a draw. I guess. Looks like it, yeah. And if knight c5 again, it's definitely a draw. So, next move is critical. Okay, it's a draw. King e4. Is black really going for king f3 here? See, Prague is winning, yeah? Prague is winning, but I don't understand. Oh, he's winning because there is this idea, and black bishop is trapped. Ah. And if the bishop moves, you win this pawn. King f3, and if check and take, what? You resign? Yes. See, Murzin, give him an equal position and he plays well, he is a good player. But here he fell into the opening trap. Okay, he didn't remember the opening line and Prague did. So this game is not about Prague winning, it's about Prague catching Murzin in a lack of theoretical knowledge. And white wins. Kind of incredible, but that's the fact. Okay, bishop e1, king f1 is coming, yeah, obviously. So bishop h6 with idea rook g3 is extremely logical. Yeah, he's got balls to play king here, actually. Yeah, the kid got balls, yeah, but he is lost, he knows it. And if he loses this game, Murzin is out of the top 3, top 5. Now that is a tragedy, actually, because he played really well the whole tournament. You guys see this? He beat a lot of strong players. All right, great tournament, and then because you don't remember the opening line, you lose the game. But that's chess, okay? Is a tragedy, or as some people would say, it's a comedy, yeah? Remember Joker? He says, the whole time I thought my life is a tragedy, yeah? And then I realized it's actually comedy. That's what chess is, yeah. Yeah, he is not losing, he is lost, okay? There is no way in hell Prague is not going to win this. So, draw. Yesipenko is actually worse optically, but it's only optical. It could be an illusion, yeah? He knows that if he takes this knight, blocks this pawn, he is fine. Yeah, so it's probably equalish, yeah? And black doesn't have this. Knight g5 is not a threat. So it looks like another draw. Draw. Mediarov was winning. And then what happened? What happens is he missed f5 and now he is not better. Yeah, it's actually incredible. He could have played king f8 and it's a draw. Instead he plays this and he is lost. Wow. He's completely lost. My god. See, I told you Corona wins. I told you guys. And Lazavic. Blunders and loses. Wow. Yeah, online Lazavic and OTB Lazavic are two different Lazavics, that's for sure. Okay. Just like certain Mr. Jospin. Alright, what do we got? What have we got? Draw. Wait. What? What? How can you play this move? How can you play this move, man? Guys, remember I told you about this bishop e1. How can you blunder this? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. If Prague wins this game, he has a chance for the top 3. He is winning. How can you not see king f1, bishop e1? That's the only threat that black has. Literally the only threat. Ag3 resigns. G2 resigns. Wow. If you show this game to any title player, they would tell you that this was probably a game between two 2500 elo players. And the blunder that white made, because of that blunder, people would rate white player at about 2400 level player. That's freaking crazy, man. And he plays next round with white, okay? Unbelievable. All right, what's here? Better for black. Extremely dangerous for white, but h5, rook g4, or rook f6. Which one will it be? I think h5 must be played. h5, d3, take, rook takes, and rook g4. Oh, h5, d3, rook f6. Even stronger, yeah. Because you threaten h6. h5, h6. No. Probably rook f6, yeah. Rook f6. Wow, this is getting very sharp. What is the threat? No, but black is now better. But how? How do you win this? Yeah, rook f2 is the threat. So rook c1 probably must be played. By the way, Bortnik is lost. He didn't draw this. Aronian is not winning anymore. Naka is... Okay, draw. Yeah, you have to play rook f2 and take the pawn, yeah. You gotta do it. And then queen takes. Draw. Okay, so it's a draw, yeah? Wait, what? And you want to take here, but then check and check. So you must take here, yeah? But white is playing with fire. Oh, he can lose this easily. He can lose this. I think he blunders rook e1, queen h5. Oh, and he lost. Queen c5 wins immediately. And he lost. Al-Riza, lucky. Lucky. Wow. See what happens when elite grandmasters are left with seconds on the clock? They blunder. But why is this lost, by the way? You know why? Because there is 25 check. That's why. And the king must get here, but black needs to find this check, check, and then rook e6. Which is not easy. It is not easy at all. He will find g5 though, I'm pretty sure. G5, white resigns, yeah. G5 is very pretty. Why it's pretty? Because after rook e2, queen e2, there is mate, queen f4. Alright? Beautiful. Woo! Alireza. Alright. G5. Represent. Man, so much drama, yeah? So much drama. Blitz tournament will be absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. There is a trick here. Like, what is this trick? We need to find this trick. It's actually not simple. King g7. Okay, so the computer is saying white is in the Zugzwang. That's what the computer says. So king g7, f5, and white is in Zugzwang. My god, Alireza is a machine. And if this pawn moves, then it opens the file for the rook. If you play this, then you open the file for this rook. It's kind of crazy, yeah? Nice Zugzwang. Any pawn movements and rook comes behind and white is lost. Amazingly played by Alireza, actually. Amazingly played. Yeah, he found all the best finishing moves. Queen h1, queen e4 resigns. Wow. Damn. It looked like a draw, yeah? And then in 2 moves, it's over. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yep. No, Hikaru is not forever shit in Rapid. Come on, don't talk smack. Hikaru is very good in Rapid. But his previous results in Rapid and Blitz tournaments, in World Rapid and Blitz Championships, look up. Very good results. Well, he's been playing a lot of bullets, yeah, and a lot of online, and he's getting older. That's it. Because he's getting just a little bit older, okay? That's the key thing. I mean, even Magnus, and he's like a kid, yeah? He says, I'm too old for this crap. Imagine, Magnus says he's too old, yeah? If he's too old, then I'm what? I'm a fucking granddad? Great, whatever? Like, I'm ancient then, yeah? Alright. Yeah. And Yesipenko been playing stable the whole tournament, but he is... That's been problem with Yesipenko. He succumbs under pressure, okay? That's why he never got any super results. Alright, what do we got? Win, lost. A lot of decisive games in this round. And what do we got here? Come on, guys, open up this results page, yeah? Man. Robson. Yeah, white is lost. Alright, let me get some food, okay? I'm running on fumes. I think G4 Rook H3 also should win. But this is cleaner, of course. Okay, Jakobsen won second game. So he is pretty close, yeah? So if we look at this table, Jakobsen is 8 points now. He has more points than Yesipenko. So that means Murzin first for now. Grishuk. How did Dominguez do? They draw, right? Yeah, they draw. So Dominguez, Grishuk. No. Dominguez drew. Erigesi drew. Prague lost. Draw. This guy will win. Lost. Draw. So Alireza is at 8.5. Sharing third. No, yeah, third place. Wow. And Quran is only 8, but still, yeah. So this guy is also 8.5. Alireza is back in business, gentlemen. Sharing third place. Although, wait a second. If Murzin won, he is 9.5, right? Grishuk is draw with 9 points. None of these guys won. That means Murzin is unreachable. If he makes a draw, he pretty much, wait, 9.5, 9, and then 8.5, right? Yeah, so draw guarantees him first place. Draw guarantees Murzin first place and he plays white. And Murzin got the highest tiebreak. Anybody in the tournament who has higher tiebreak than Murzin? Nope. Alright. He needs a draw to win the tournament. He is 9.5. A lot of people was 8.5. Yeah, and Grishuk was 9. So 8.5 people have a shot. Actually, the second place. It's still wide open, yeah? Still wide open, and even Murzin is not guaranteed. If he loses last round game, and if Dominguez, for example, catches him and beats him, then Dominguez tiebreak will go up, yeah? But it needs to be Dominguez. If anybody else has much slower tiebreaker. If Murzin draw Grishuk wins, then Murzin still wins. Yeah, they share the first place, but you see the tie breaks. Grishuk is 65. So Murzin wins on tie breaks. But what are the regulations? Sometimes they do have playoffs. Yeah, I don't know. What are the regulations actually? Let's check. I don't know. Let's go here. All right, no regulations, yeah. All right, if the top 2 or more players score the same number of points, tiebreak to determine the World Rapid Champion is decided according to the article 4242. If 2 or more players score the same points, the tie is broken by the following criteria. Right, if there is tie for first place, the playoff shall determine the World Rapid Champion. If there are 2 players tied, a match of 2. We cannot have more than 2 players, obviously. Yeah, there is no 3 players. Unless Murzin loses. And then you can have more than 2. But if he loses and Grishuk wins, then Grishuk is the champion. Alright, so the match of 2 games shall be played with the time control of... Is this Rapid or is this Blitz Championship? Like, what the fuck? Is this Blitz? They're using tie breaks for both events? Kind of makes no sense. They should play at least like 10-minute game. Why are they playing 3-minute game? I don't get it. They should play, if it is a Rapid Championship, they should have 10 minutes. Okay? Like, what is this? If it is a Blitz Championship, then I understand this. But if it is Rapid, it makes 0 sense. Tiebreaker by combat? Come on, man. If there are more than 2 players, a knockout tournament shall be played. Knockout? Okay. Firefox resub for 5 months. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alright. 10-second hyperbullet tiebreakers. My bad. I didn't realize there was a World Bullet Championship. Judging by the way things are going, I will not be surprised if we're gonna actually have World Bullet Championship in another couple years. Okay? They will call it Speed Championship, yeah? Because that's what Chess.com is calling it. No, wait, they actually call bullet, yeah? It's kind of crazy. But in fact, the Speed Championship, they have segments, right? Like 5-0, 3-0, and then bullets, yeah? So, whatever. Alright, let's see. The game should be over, yeah? The game should be over. We should have the results. I still can't believe Prague lost that game, man. Because if Prague wins that game, he would be sharing first place with Grishuk. Unbelievable. Hey Firefox, thanks for gifting 5 subs to the viewers, man. Thanks, buddy. And for the viewers, Sir Zoki Rochester, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a long time, man. And Bernzen sounds familiar as well. And we have Valorant gifting tier 1 sub to Zakia Poop. Thank you, Mr. Valorant. Alright. Does top 20 get any prizes? Of course. Actually, let's check. Yeah? Let's check. Information for the players. It's in the regulations, obviously, yeah? Should be in the regulations. There you go. Gentlemen, holy fuck, they increased the prize fund. It used to be $50,000 for the first place. Anonymous viewer gifted 5 subs to the viewers. Thank you. Very much, buddy. Appreciate it. And Valorant also gifted tier 1 sub. Psychodog, it's been a while, man. He's looking. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Your support is absolutely critical, by the way. So, the first place was used to be $50,000. I'm actually shocked. It is now $90,000. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Although the 10th and 9th place, they're probably the same as before. So they only increased the top 3-4 places, yeah? Noticeably. And the other places are like same as before, pretty much. As you can see, there are prizes for the top 40 people, but if you share 31st to 40th place, you only get $2,000 if you paid your own expense. Flying to New York, staying in the official hotel, you break even, okay? So in order to earn money in this event, you need to be in the top 30. All right, if you're top 30, if you're sharing from 21st to 30th place, you might be in a plus of, I don't know, $2,000 maybe, okay? You earned $2,000 if you're 21st. All right, so you see the difference, yeah? 4th place, 5th place, and it drops dramatically from here to here, yeah? And from here to here. No, that's less dramatic than here. So 4th, compare 4th to the 7th, yeah? Huge drop, almost twice. What you don't see here is you don't see female prizes. Let's look at the female prizes. So I can show you. Wait. Right, that's open, right? All right, women's tournaments. You guys see the difference? You need to be in top 20 to actually earn anything. If you're in the top 16 to 20th, you lose money on the trip. If you're in the 11th, 15th place, you break even. Okay? And look at the difference between 1st and 10th place. All right? You guys remember that for men, all right, let's go back. Yeah? Men prizes. Man gets 2,000 for 31st to 40th. All right, 10,000 is 11th, 15th. 21 to 30th is 4,000. Women get screwed, pretty much. You must be in the top, top 10, all right? All right, let's get back to the pairings. They should be up. Wait, why the pairings not up? Yep. If the two players finish the same score, they will split the money. Yes. Can entitle players play in this event? There is a LO limit, but usually it's ignored. If you can pay entry fee, if you're there. Yeah, you can probably play. I don't know. Let's check. Lugi withdrew. And see, we had this Ahmed guy. Yeah, he's untitled and he played only one game. And then he quit. We also have the Wong guy. He scored 3 points. He's untitled. Yeah, we have FM's playing. Well, obviously not doing that well. Yeah. So, Tank, the bullet sensation, he is board 72. All right. Extremely strong tournament. Oh, he played 9 games but lost 8. Okay, sorry, my bad. I mean, he got 1 point, okay? He got 1 point. Of course we saw that game, Mr. Chess Pawn. I actually told my audience about this king e2 bishop e1 plan, but I never thought Prague would fall for it. I mean, unbelievable. Yeah. But still, the Indian chess school, yeah? We have Prague and Erigasi at the top. Still. Where's the next Indian after that? I'm pretty sure Gukesh would not do so well in this event because he didn't prepare for it. Where's the next Indian, by the way? This Sadvani, yeah? Sadvani, 6 points. 6 points compared to the 8 points, yeah? And yet, on Title Tuesday, Sadvani always higher placed than Prague. Pretty much. Always. Alright. So, the Blitz tournament will be the clarifier, the greatest clarifier of who is real on Chess.com Title Tuesdays or not. Alright. This will be the great clarifier. That's why we don't have certain players playing in this event. Because once they played in this event, and they are shown to be somewhere at this level, everybody understands. Nothing can be hidden anymore. Okay? So there are two players finishing 5th place, sharing 30k, and finishing 6th gives you 20k. If there are two players finishing 5th, then it means they share 5 and 6, and then they get both prizes and split for 2. Okay? There is no two players holding one place. It's a share of places. If you are like if you're placed 4th, 5th, and 6th, and you have all the same number of points, you get 4th, 5th, and 6th prizes, and you divide onto 3 or whatever. Okay. Women's section time. What's up? What's up with the women? How many rounds do they play? Wow, we have Women International Master 2100 who is 7.5 points. My God. Yep. But okay. Let's go back to men. So, why are there no pairings, man? Where are the pairings? Where are the pairings? Last round. Come on. People want Fear versus Morzin. It actually is not likely because the color is important. Morzin is gonna play white. That's a given. Because higher color change, higher placed player changes the color. Okay, it's like a rule. So he plays white. There is no way he's gonna play black again. No way. That means he is not gonna play Alireza. He is gonna play probably this Grigorian guy. Or he's gonna play... Did he play Regaisi? Oh, they played. Okay. So he cannot play him. He played Grishuk or... Yeah. Oh, he didn't play Nepo. Oh, okay. Then Morzin is Nepo. Yeah. I mean, not is. He's pro... Huh. He's either playing Sevian or he's playing Grigorian. Because Nepo has played black, okay? So Murzin's gonna play either Grigorian or Sevian. I'm pretty sure about this. It's very unlikely he will be paired with Nepo or Dominguez or Firuza because they all played black. But it depends on the other pairings. If other guys played each other, then yeah, there is gonna be a mess. So that's why there is no pairings, because there is a huge mess here, actually. Huge mess. A lot of people played each other, okay? A lot of pairings are impossible. So it is quite possible that somebody will have to repeat the color. Again, I sincerely doubt it will be Murzin, but it actually seems possible. Yeah. Women are done. Conero first place. Murzin needs to win for guaranteed first place. He'll take a draw, man. Pretty sure. Because guarantees him first place. And Grishuk needs to win to catch him then. Okay? And I don't think it's likely. Okay. No, okay, doesn't matter. All right, well, we'll see. It's computerized. Yes, it's computerized, but usually what happens, because there's so much money at stake, if you publish a pairing, and there usually will be somebody who doesn't like it, okay? And he'll go and protest it, and they will look at it, and there will be some discussion, okay? So it's quite possible that some people will protest the pairings here. It seems actually very likely. Actually, Neiman made a draw against Aronian. Very lucky. So I think that's the reason why we don't see pairings, because somebody protested something, okay? And usually there are many ways to do the pairing. Again, we'll see, yeah? Guys, this is the worst pairing you can have. All right, these girls got extremely screwed. They both out of the prizes. And they never play each other, they make a draw, always. This is extremely unlucky pairing for them. Because of this draw, none of them gets anything pretty much, yeah? This is the worst pairing you can have before the last round. Wow. You have exams at 7 a.m.? My God. What do you mean you have exams? It's December 29. How can you have the exams on December 29? I remember when I was in college, our last exam was like on Christmas. I mean, before Christmas, 24th or something, and that's it. How can you have exams on 29th? Where you live? Where you from? It doesn't. Okay. Wait, they don't celebrate New Year's in Jordan? mean, 29, holding exams on the 29th right before the new year is kind of very strange. Go to bed at 3 a.m. to wake up at 6 a.m. on the exam day. It absolutely blows, yeah. They do, but still exams. Do they have exams on the 30th? 1st of January is also an exam? I guess some of us are lucky not to live in Jordan or any other countries. Yeah, it's like there are always places on earth that, you know, you don't envy anybody to be there. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, sometimes we have to admit it's you know, if you have something to eat and a place to sleep, I always say, you know, be extremely grateful for that, because there are a lot of people in the world who don't even have that. I understand that. So thank the powers that be that give us this, you know. All right, let's go back and let's see. And still nothing, yeah? Still nothing. What are the boards? There are protests on the pairings. That's why there are no boards. Let's see the live review.
From Russia to come here to play in these championships, probably just had aspirations to do okay. You know, probably his family and friends said, you know, do well. If you lose, just take it on the chin. Lose what? The kid has not lost a single.
Okay, I don't want to hear that. What else we got?
Performance by Maxim.
Without getting up too much.
Wow, B6. What is this?
Is that hanging a piece?
That's why
Maybe a
thinking
little
so
surprise
long.
too. And takes the piece. And Gunina is the world champion. Amazing game. She's not
What
breaking
if
out into a
fun?
celebration there. Must be just be tired.
No, Dubov already drew. So Magnus
that's why.
Carlsen is
he's
Magnus
world
Carlsen
champion.
is the world champion, exactly. Big.
Dubov already drew. Okay. So it's not the first time he does a short draw, yeah? Okay. Okay, it's nice to see that a little bit. And we have, do we have board 13? Nope. 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 Guys, remember that time when Dubov made a draw by playing knights all over the board and returning the knights to the first square? That was actually at one of these rapid events. Okay? I don't remember what was it, what year was this, but if you can look at it, it was at one of these events, okay? Board 10 is still playing? Kidding me. What? No, they're not. Maybe this one. Oh. For real. Okay. Now we know, yeah? Now we know who's responsible for this. It's like watching on Title Tuesday, people play King and Rook versus King and Rook, and everybody's waiting for these guys to finish the game, yeah? Pretty much. I mean, the ranking of the tournaments are different, the behavior is the same. Drama queens! Yeah, but I don't agree with players getting rest. It depends on the venue though. If they have good conditions there, like place to drink, place to sit, yeah, then yeah, for sure. But if it's like in Moscow where there was no place to sit and nothing to drink, nothing to eat, then it's not rest, it's torture. What is Jedi? Is it Jet Li or Jedi? Something in between. Can you imagine Jet Li playing Jedi role? Oof. I would pay to see a movie like that. Yeah, but can you imagine? Jet Li as the Master Jedi, yeah? Ooh, badass. Okay. Like Jedi of the Old Republic, yeah, or something. I mean, if White even knew how to play this endgame, he doesn't know the correct way to play this for White anyway. So he's trying, stumbling. Well, knight of 6 must be played, yeah. But doesn't lead anywhere. Probably check and then king d5 and then black can play even, I don't know. Yeah, but now there's knight d5 check, yeah. And black king is getting a little bit cut off. What? Yeah. Yeah, we love cats, me and my wife. So we kind of crazy with references to cats. So when I say cut off, in Russian, you know, it's
Beautiful cats. It sounds like this.
Kotov. Katovsky is like considered cool. Alright. It's like when you say catastrophe, right? It's like catastrophical, yeah? Alright. Yeah. And remember the legendary grandmaster named Kotov, yeah? Now I understand why he was my favorite grandmaster, okay? Who cannot love Kotov? Okay? Exactly. I mean, I love dogs too, but cats are like something else.
English-speaking players probably doesn't know what the family name means.
Yeah. By the way, we recently watched this amazing documentary about cats. And I was shocked to learn that they're actually universities teaching people and training them for the profession of being a cat caretaker.
And psychologists.
And there are cat psychologists. Shocking. There are actually jobs. Yeah, I don't remember the name of this documentary. It was,
On Netflix.
you know, documentary should be not read as dog mentary, okay? Obviously it's documentary, but it's kind of funny, like so many words, they have all these references. So favorite animals.
Dying.
Yeah. All right, one of the biggest takes from the documentary is that people were not sure if they're as intelligent as the dogs are, and they are. But they may choose not to show this or react. Yeah, because if you remember how you like when you talk to the dog or something, there's always a reaction to whatever you do. There's always a reaction. Yeah, immediate. The dog gives you his whole heart, you know, everything to you. Yeah, the cat is like, let me think. Yeah. I think it's 50 move rule. I think he called 50 move rule. And probably it's not, yeah. So it's actually a smart idea to call for the 50 move rule check, because once they do the check, you know exactly how many moves you need to make the 50 rule, okay? The Cats vs. Dogs movie, and
No, it was a documentary on cats.
I didn't like that movie. But this documentary was actually very enlightening. Okay. And my wife is a big fan of documentaries, by the way. Right. I never liked documentaries before I met my wife. But now after watching some, you know, there's something, okay? Hey, Troy Chess. There was the documentary about cats. And apparently there are whole institutions and universities and jobs cat related. Not speaking about cats like being absolute worship in Japan or something. And there is science behind behavior, like whiskers, their bodies, yeah. They're actually putting science into this, trying to understand the cats. Watch doc about the guy living in Alaska with the bears. Not really, no thank you. The only bear that I would consider spending time on getting to know is the panda. Right? Pandas are like half bears, man. Wait. King f7 probably, yeah. Yeah, king g7. You know, Svein doesn't even know how to play this for white. 93, okay, finally. Finally he hits on the right method. But it's like 50 moves right then, yeah? And then king must walk here, so the rook must go here, and obviously from the side, yeah? Documentary about Indian prodigies. Let me guess, Chess.com is sponsoring that. I was so disappointed watching that Chess.com documentary about history of chess. I was so disappointed. Indian comedians? What do you mean Indian comedians? You mean streamers? Okay. Yeah, but okay. If I got nothing better to do, then I might watch it, yeah. But I really doubt it. You don't understand. Swain is practicing blitz for tomorrow, okay? That's what he is doing. He is practicing blitz. He is already in the mode where he is practicing for the blitz tournament. Guys, you gotta think like a grandmaster, okay? Alright, if you say so. I don't know much about Indian film culture, to be honest. Well, I know, I used to watch the Bollywood movies when I was a kid, but that's because I lived in Russia.
But then recently we
King F3, wait, King F3. King F3 here. Okay, King H4, yeah. Nah. Nothing. Alright, 93 back, yeah. Finally a draw, thank God. Oof. Alright, it's a draw. The result is here, the draw is here. Alright, let's go back. Oof. Oh, it's Lee Chess automatic draw? Ah. Russia used to have. I was born in Soviet Union, man. It was not Russia. It was Soviet Union. It's different. Soviet Union and modern Russia are like... I mean, some people like to... In some ways it's similar, but it's like vastly different. It's kind of amazing how life changed so much during the last 50 years. Yeah, absolutely amazing. Somebody told me this was the world 50 years later, I wouldn't believe it. But it is, yeah. I think it's done, yeah? Finally, we can be free from this madness. All right. Okay. And there we go. See, I told you. He's playing white and he's gonna play somebody like this. And actually, this Grigorian guy... Who is this guy? I don't even know this guy. He's Armenian. Year of birth, 95. That means he is 20 something, yeah? No. 5 plus 24. Okay, he's close to 30. He is 26. He beat Gagunashvili, he beat Mamedov, he beat Wait, he beat Mamedяров. Huh. But there are no tourists at the top, okay? So if he's here, then he deserves to be there, at least in this event. And Dominguez plays Grishuk, and this will be a fight. Yeah. Nepo plays Sevian. They know each other. And Alireza plays Erigaisi. Perfect pairings, gentlemen. Perfect pairings. And Dubov playing Abdusatorov, also perfect. And Giri playing Kruana. Excellent pairing. Naka is 7.5. Even if he wins, he must win if he wants to get a chance to be in the top 10. Okay? And he must win to save his reputation. Because if he does not get into top 10 here, you know, it will be very hard for him to claim that he is still the top blitz bullet player. Depends on the blitz, yeah. Maybe in the blitz he will do well. All right, so let's go back. 13 rounds. The final round is ready. What was that word, guys? Star Trek Q line 2 Captain Picard's orchestra is hired. There. The hall is rented, the orchestra engaged. It's now time to see if you can dance. Woo! Awesome. All right. Wait, Naka versus Hans? No way. Oh my god, you're correct. It's Naka versus Hans. Holy shit. Wait a minute. Naroditsky? What? Oh, this has been a very bad day for Naroditsky. Okay, yeah. Remember I told you, guys, when he made the draw versus Giri? And I said it's a crime, and he got punished immediately. Because if you don't play those positions for a win, Kais is gonna be extremely mad at you. Well, I guess Dubov gets away with it, but Dubov is... I guess he finds a way to compensate for his short draws with hard work. So, Kais is nice to him. But Naka versus Niemann. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. This will be fun. All right. Are they gonna be here? They should be here, yeah? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. But Niemann is black. It doesn't matter. All right. Can I post the votes? Okay. If you want, I can put them on YouTube too. I stopped putting stuff on YouTube a long time ago. Terrible at editing. This is extremely interesting round. Some people will be very pragmatic. Okay, they'll realize there is no chance for them to fight for the high spots. So, but if they make a draw, it's easy to get out of the money club. Remember we saw the prizes for men? Yeah. The top 40, they break even. Top 30, they make minimal amount. Yeah. So it's all about if you can make it top 20. All right. And let me show you where the top 20 is. This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, that's already 10 people here. 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. That's it. 10 boards is where the real money is. Okay, the rest of the boards is pretty much breaking even. So you can imagine how much pressure guys even here are under, okay? Yeah, obviously for the Blitz players, you know, they don't care about this event. They're already thinking about tomorrow. But for non-Blitz players, this is here and now, okay? Murzin is not yet a champion. He needs to survive this Grigorian dude, okay? And because I know how strong. Thank you, Chess Lover, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Resub, 21 month. Dude, you're awesome. All right. What I was going to say is that all Armenians are very strong players, period. They are especially strong in rapids, okay? If you see this guy here playing on the first board, while Aronian is somewhere here, okay? There is a reason for that. So this guy must be considered as extremely dangerous, okay? And let's see, where are the games? The most probably started already.
Events, global conferences.
Blah, 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 blah. Players at the board, starting games in 4 minutes. Probably like 2 minutes. Thank you, man. That's why I started with chess mode. Those guys have a crazy work ethic. Correct. I have no idea. I have neutral, respectable relationship with Armenian players. But I've never worked with a single one of them because they're extremely close clan. Okay? So, yeah. So huge respect for these guys, but can't really call them friends, okay? Or friendly, neutral. I don't know, man. Alireza Arjun prediction? Well, it's not going to be London for sure. Alireza does not play London. Okay. Petrosian school still a thing? No idea. No idea, dude. But obviously they're doing well. And Petrosian, the other Petrosian, yeah, he had his own school. Like 4 years ago. Remember when he got banned with his Pro League team? It was 4 or 3 years ago, don't remember. Remember he had this video message where he was driving a car and he was talking like how he has his school and he teaches kids, yeah. So I'm sure he does an excellent job. According to Chess.com. According to Chess.com. Okay. The funny thing is, one of the biggest arguments for banning him was that he kept looking down, yeah? If you guys remember it. He kept looking down. And that was like one of the big differences. I don't know if you guys remember that. They showed the clip where he kept like looking down somewhere, yeah? And then we have the story with, everybody knows now, yeah? Even I heard about this Nordiski thing. And then it's kind of crazy. The world champion Tigran school was actually based in Soviet Union. So after Soviet Union broke apart, I have no idea what happened to it. I was in Tigran Petrosian school actually. I went there once, okay? And I think Shirv was there as well, or not. Kramnik was in Botvinnik school. Okay, but I went to this Petrosian school. Only once. I remember I didn't like it. Yes, that Petrosian, correct. Where are the games, man? Oh yeah, the broadcast is 5 minutes late. Okay, so they probably started. The moves will come. Okay. Nakamura versus Neiman. B3, E3, Knight F3. Which one? No idea. Alderzavis Erigesi, E4. Most likely. Giri versus Korana. Draw offer, move 10. Yes, no? Depends. Dubov versus Abdusatorov. No draw offer. Catalan. Big fight, yeah. Duda versus Sindarov, actually. Sindarov and Abdusatorov, two Uzbekis, yeah. Sindarov actually here. Wait. Yeah, Sindarov 8 points. Okay. The guy is getting real. What can I say? I'll have to stop reporting him, I guess. He was extremely sus, but alright, fine. Fine. No more reporting Sindarov, yeah? Okay. And Jacobson. Alright, we got moves. Nakamura, E4. Oh, alright. Alright, let's see. Giri, G3, B5. Okay. Guys, so many Knight F3, Knight F3, Knight F3, Knight F3. Very solid. Mamediyarov versus Safarli. These two are big friends. So, how many points they have? Okay. Alright, I don't want to say anything, but this is... class. Alright. Yeah. This is kind of sad, to be honest. But alright. Okay, white wants a draw. Murzin understands that he needs a draw to win the tournament. Alright? That's what he is doing. Professional. Professional approach. Very professional. I like that. Guys, this is a big provocation. H6 and G5. Huge provocation. So, Egase is saying, no draw, we fight. Okay. Alireza says, excellent, let's do it. All right. Dubov actually playing B3, A3, and this. Huh. So it's a fight. Okay, good. Aronin Yesipenko draw. Prearranged. My God. Okay. All right, maybe a little bit of a fight, yeah, maybe. Although I doubt it. Huh. What the hell is this? Oh, this is probably theory, yeah? This is probably theory, actually. Yeah, I saw this somewhere. Like a couple of times now. Man. Crazy. Alright, this looks like... Okay, Lazovic playing... Oh, draw! Okay. Wait. Lazovic was 7.5. Okay, he knows he cannot compete here, so he makes a quick draw. Okay, so 7.5 guys. So he thought he has no chance to get 8.5. Even if he gets 8.5, that's top 10 max, yeah? But you still earn money. With 8 points, you get absolutely nothing. So he's probably sponsored to this event. So he doesn't care. Kind of weird. He should be playing. He should be playing, that's for sure. Alright, so it's bishop d3, queen d3, obviously. Ooh. Okay. Okay, e5, right? Vasil, Petrov, solid position, draw. Probably. Naroditsky. Nice prep, man. London by Boo. So London system even reached China. Yeah, Dink played it in the World Chess Championships, yeah? He played my system. D5 is incorrect. Now black is better. Not much, but a little bit, yeah. But at least white avoids the e5, f5 attack plan. Okay. Alright. So, this should be Draw. What? What knight a7? Oh, he played knight c6. Okay, black is actually a little bit better. f6 is coming, and then e5, and then e4, and I would be very careful with white here, actually. It looks like a draw, you trade everything, but not quite, yeah. Not quite. No, no sir. White has to be careful here. Yes, but you can play king f1, yeah. You should not take here, actually, yeah, I agree. King f1, take, and pawn takes, and then... Because black cannot get to this pawn, you can easily protect it, yeah? Sort of. Take, pawn takes, because then white plays g4, bishop c3, b3, and bishop here. Okay, so it is a draw, yeah? Ah. Yeah, then it does look like a draw. Okay. Yeah, king e2, yeah? King e2, king here, g4, b3, bishop c3. Alright, draw. Grishuk playing black. Chigorin, Spanish. Andromeda. Remember I told you studying Spanish is good for you? See? This ancient system is still played. Dubov offering draw? Really? Let me see it. Well, they're still playing. So it looks very sharp. It looks actually extremely unclear. So I would think it's still a game. This is actually very interesting. Yeah, this is famous line. And Sevian obviously is well versed in theory, but Nepo is very good in endgames. Unless his opponent is Magnus Carlsen, of course. But normally he is really good, especially with pair of bishops. So maybe Nepo wins this one. I would not be surprised if he wins. Now this game, yeah, queen e3, queen b6, rook f1, logical. I just don't see how black can win this if you play like this, because knights have no squares, you have weakness. How can black hope to win this? No idea. Probably something like bishop here, king here, rook here, and then knight d7, and try to hammer this pawn with knight pair, and then maybe bishop g7, yeah? And then try, or maybe go for the break and e5 somewhere. Logical, but white is better, okay? Kurana versus Giri. Safe. Very safe. Sindaro versus Duda. Yeah. Okay. And Jacobson versus Wei E. What is going on here? Oh, this is this line. Yeah, it's very interesting actually. Jacobson is out of the book, but he is in a good form. Yesipenko Aronian. Oh, Aronian is playing white. Oh, I see what he's doing. He's playing this line and then he's trying to lull Yesipenko into this. It's draw, dead draw, and then it's not a draw. Okay, maybe. But it looks like a draw. Alright. This! Let's see what's going on. Remember how Naka already played this structure in the first or second round versus this Jumabayev guy? Remember he was winning and then he didn't win. It's exactly the same structure, yeah. A little bit better for white, but see? Very easy to get into bad position with black. One wrong move, one little pumposh. And Naka has to find bishop b5 and d4, d5 idea. If he finds it, he wins the game. If he doesn't, black is fine. I'm pretty sure Naka sees bishop b5 here. That's why he is thinking. Okay. Where is the cameraman?
And if he's trying to win this position, with this draw in the pocket, I will be, first of all, very impressed, but very depressed if he loses this game going for it like that.
That'd be the worst possible feeling, like having it and maybe like and draw offer away from a draw.
Right. And he's now played bishop e3, and he's not liquidating the pawn on the e5 square. And
all right, these commentators, man. Too long understandings, maybe, yeah. Grishuk drew. Wait, Dominguez offered a draw. Okay, I can understand. I can understand this. I can understand. Plus, Dominguez, remember guys, Dominguez is especially strong in blitz, okay? Despite he's getting older, he is still a very good blitz player. So he decides to save energy here and doesn't want to take risk, guarantees some money for sure, and draw. So, Savian versus Nepo again, Rigesi, big advantage for Alrizam. C5 is coming and white needs to do something about it, okay? Engine says better for white, but tricky. See? I told you guys it's a fight, yeah? Dubov is winning already. He's already winning, man. You know what's funny? I actually beat Dubov playing on the white side of this pawn structure. Once. That was, I think, my only classical win over Dubov. It was in the Russian team championship, and I had something like this. I did something like this exactly to him. And black is absolutely lost. Because these pawns are killers. Yeah? Black is lost. My god. And somebody said draw. Huh. You don't know Dubov. Dubov plays with white for the win. With black, he's happy with the draw, but with white, he plays for the win. Most of the time. Prague, with his home analysis, better. And guys, ladies and gentlemen, Naka demonstrates why he is still a top US player. Hans, being impatient youngster, he misses this tactics, okay? He missed the tactic. He should be the one, you know, being tactically alert and trying to catch Naka. But here he blundered, and he's gonna lose. But in general, okay, in this tournament, actually Hans was not very impressive, yeah? We'll remember that. Yeah, in this tournament, Hans was not doing that great. So, he is not in a good form. If you're not in a good form, nothing you can do. It's not actually your fault. Alright. Alright. Shong. With black doing Sean things. Outplaying people. Safarli versus Mimidyarov. And this is what I was afraid of. Yeah. I mean, everybody in chess world knows that these guys are friends. Safarli is his protege. Normally they make short draws, but because if they make a draw in this round, neither of them will be in the money. Okay? So, Mamedyarov wins, then he is in the money. I'm not suggesting anything. All right. Okay, here. Lazovic offered a draw with white. Again, disappointing. And Vasily Graf wins with black. He beats this Sadvani kid with black in 25 moves. Because the kid missed queen g3, queen g5. Oh, Sadvani offers a draw. And Max, of course, says no. Of course. I'm gonna say this again. This Sadvani guy is extremely sus. Especially based after this result. All his chess.com high places are extremely sus. Alright. Extremely. Alright, let's go back here. This is the draw. Double pawns. So he played this. And 93. And after this is dead draw. So black should have probably played something like bishop d6 or e4, but it's equal. Okay. But after this move is just dead draw because block on the light square, double pawns useless, and pawn majority here for white. Zero danger for white. Zero. So white should offer a draw. Maybe. Black must play something like king g6, h5, f5, trade everything, and then try to get this pawn. But even if you win this pawn and white succeeds in trading the knights, you cannot break through the king d3 and bishop d2 blockade with just these two pawns. So you guys see what I'm saying? In the bishop endgame, with the king on d3, black has these four pawns versus these two pawns. Is dead draw, okay? So white just basically needs to give up these guys for these guys and trade the knights. I mean, it's dead equal. Sevyan Nepo. Nepo is trying to create something. Not easy. And Erigesi is trying to beat Alireza playing dubious opening. It's not gonna work, man. Alireza is just not the usual open tournament level people where you can do this. Okay, Alireza is on another level. So playing dubious openings against Alireza is, you take huge risk. All right, fighting position. Fighting position. Giri is actually forced to find good moves, and he can. Abdusatorov Dubov still +3, yeah. Black is trying to survive, unlikely. Take an f4, very logical, yeah. And advantage white. Robson draw. Jacobson is better, but black has compensation, and all these pins are extremely dangerous, especially in a rapid game. It's very easy for white to blunder and lose something. This pin, this fork, something, okay? Yeah, so Aronian is playing for a win. And it's actually not that simple for white, yeah? f6 is a must move. You must play this. You must play this. And then there'll be f4, g5. But if these pawns are traded, it's a dead draw. And of course, this game, and Hans is trying to think of something, and we don't know if he will find it. Yeah, I mean, I cannot say terrible things about my commentating colleagues. Yeah, they're all qualified. But to be honest, I find it extremely difficult to listen to Maurice Ashley street fighting commentary style. It definitely works for some people, but for me, it's not easy. All right. Again, some people like him, some people don't. It's just like listening to Levy pretty much. I have a suspicion that Levy kind of learned from Maurice a little bit. But a lot of people like that commentary style, okay? So it's okay. All right, let's go back. So this trade is good for white, yeah? h5 pawn is actually good. Now king goes to f3, and white is completely okay. King f3, h5. The only thing, don't play g5, yeah? And allow king f5. Although you can. Remember what I said about, you know, trading these pawns? It's still a draw, but without the knights. Yeah, you need to trade the knights first. So white just stands. Yeah, stands. Bishop here, bishop here, bishop here, bishop here. All the squares are taken. Black must get like h5 in at some point. But if king goes here, then it's a check, pretty much. Or it's bishop f4, and then if you trade, then the knight goes, yeah? So, Nepo, working. Nepo at work. And now, okay, yeah, 95 at some point should have been winning, yeah? But it's what Eric Gacy does, yeah? He provokes you. And then you sacrifice a whole piece and you need to be very accurate. And then you both walk on the edge, yeah? So, you know, white is better. He doesn't need walking on the edge thing. But now black has some potential, yeah? Knight c4, b5, b4. And how do you get to this pawn, yeah? Because bishop h5, knight c4, and already some threats, yeah? Maybe rook h7, yeah? I don't know. So queen here, logical. Bishop here. The reason this works is because this pawn is single, not connected. If you trade the bishops, black will hit this pawn sooner or later. So white needs to keep the queens on board. And he also needs to worry about how he's going to protect this pawn after 97, queen c7, rook g8, rook g5, yeah? And it's actually equal now. So bishop d3 is very sensible. Potentially white needs the knight here, so the knight can even go to f3, yeah? Okay, looks pretty balanced. Pretty balanced. Slightly better for white. And extra piece, completely winning. And somebody is thinking way too much. Back to this. Chess is art. For some. Some like it as the, you know, for other things, yeah. In Vodar's game, which trades? Pretty simple. If white trades the knights, easy draw. If black managed to trade bishop for the knight, black has good chances to win. So this knight only goes for this knight. If you trade the bishops, it's dangerous for white, yeah, still. So bishop h4, bishop g5 is probably coming. But the key thing is, again, yeah, black is trying to play bishop g5 and remove bishop from this diagonal, which you need. Because then you can sort of trade the knight and the king gets the 2 squares for infiltration, right? If white refuses the bishop trade. The problem with bishop h4 is that white can play bishop f4, bishop d6, and then the bishop goes to this diagonal. All right, and then you don't have knight e5. And probably it's going to be this square, because the bishop moves in here to put the king here, then you have the check. So we're dancing around these squares now, all right? White's job is not to allow black king to infiltrate here or here. All right. I mean, for the grandmaster, this is like kind of simple draw. All right, very simple draw. Yeah, the computer line is queen c7, rook g8 with idea rook g5. Yeah, and then white has to play h4 and to take away this critical square. So the question is, can black play queen c5 here? Try to remove this queen, because in the endgame, white is kind of in danger. Yeah? So after queen c5, white must play this. But the problem is, you know, these pieces are still very, very passive. Yeah, defense, offense, but close the bishop. So black cannot really do much, okay? And that's why this is equal. Because black protects everything, but white also protects everything, and neither side has really anything going. Aha, queen b6. So queen f4 is impossible, rook c3. This is actually very interesting. So the queen trade is a must, yeah? And now white must find this idea. Same idea, he must find this move, so he can play this. And pawn is protected, okay? This is the only way for white to protect this pawn and prevent rook g5. Let's see if Alireza finds it, because frankly this is the only move. He has no moves, okay? So that's my line, right? All right, let's blast this thing open, and I want to open second window. All right, let me open second window with this, not this window. Okay, I'll check later. Okay, let me put it here. So that was this game, and I wanted to check. All right, let's go this game. Let's have two games on, right? This game and this game. Anything more interesting? Okay, ACP and Caronia is also interesting, yeah? And Hans Niemann, of course. All right, so we have 4 games here. So Eric Gacy running king here makes a lot of sense. King in the center, best place in the endgame. Protects the pawn, frees bishop. I like the way Eric Gacy is playing this game. It might be not enough, but problems for white, okay? And I think white must play this, and must play this, and then put the knight on f3, okay? Because knight holds 2 squares and protects against f6. That's what I think white must play. The computer... Alright, so same idea. Knight goes to d4 and then f3, pretty much. Alright, Isipenko-Aronian finally looks like a draw. Yeah. And this looks like... Actually, not that simple, yeah? It's not that simple. Okay, Hans is fighting. Hans is fighting. We get this position. Looks like dead draw. Anytime bishop moves, it's a check, yeah? And what else we have? Yeah, bishop a6. But I think it's gonna be like h4, g3, f3 to take away the square from the knight. King comes, and then knight comes and eats the pawn. If white eats this pawn, he wins the game, obviously. Yeah? And it doesn't seem like black has a defense, but the engine suggests running the king here. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Fixing the pawn on the dark squared. That's good news for white. That's actually good news for white. Yeah, king is here. Nepo doing Nepo things? Where? He's a pawn up. Yeah, okay, but it's opposite color bishops and the rook's about to be traded and black has activity. So black is doing fine. Yeah, Nepo is trying to open the bishop, create the rook g4 threat. He needs to keep the rooks alive, yeah? Obviously. So black still not completely equal. The problem for white is though that if black plays something like bishop e6 and you play e5, black can play f5 and close the bishop. All right. So it's unclear what is this rook doing here. So even bishop c4, I think. Yeah, bishop c4, e5, f5. And then we have like g4. Yeah. So theoretically speaking, white can play g4 first. Or he is thinking rook f4, g4, and e5, rook f5 maybe, yeah? That might work actually, yeah? Yes, chances for white for sure. Alright, knight d4, white is safe, yeah? Knight can always protect the pawn, hit the squares, and black is actually worse now, yeah? Rook e3, king comes, h4, knight f3, and maybe even rook f6, g5 at some point, yeah? Although probably not, nah. Should be a draw. Knight e3, important move. King moves, butthead the king with the check here, yeah? Yeah, actually white's advantage is minimal. Minimal advantage. Alright, let's take the big picture here. Big picture. Sindarov. Black is exchange up, but this is mega pawn. Mega pawn. Huh. And yeah, black is better for sure, but is he winning? No. Jacobson keeps the pawn. And he's better. Yeah, this guy is actually doing well. Actually doing well. I told you about rook f4, g4, yeah? I told you about this. But king d6, very, very strong. Prevents e5. I mean, white can still play it, and then rook f8, but it actually might be a good idea. I think it's the only idea, yeah? Oh, black is lost after bishop b4, bishop f8. Holy fuck. And actually e5 and rook e4, and white is winning. I told you guys, yeah? Chances. Here's the proof. The only question why is this winning here is bothering me. Let's check, and oh yeah. And this thing is fixed, yeah? Told you Nepo is good in endgames. Very good. Yep. If Nepo wins, by the way, if Nepo wins, he's gonna be 9.5. He's gonna catch Grishuk. So this is a huge win for him. He'll be in for a lot of money. What do you mean he has +4? He's not +4. What are you talking about? B4 is possible, but not something I would play. And now it's dead equal. Because black king is coming. Remember the Prague game where he lost to this king f2, bishop f1? This is what black actually wants to do. He wants to get king here or here. Okay? And white cannot get to this bishop. That's why the engine said the knight should be on d4. So, draw. Murzin wins the tournament, gentlemen. Congratulations to Murzin, the champion. Bravo. Well deserved. Very lucky against Prague, but luck follows the victors. So, what are we looking at? We're looking at Nepo. He is winning. What else we're looking at? I mean, this should be winning. Oh, it's just rook e3. Rook e3 and then bishop g7. My god, that's very simple. Rook e3. Wow. And the young king is very far from this. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how he lost in pretty much couple moves, yeah? So this position, let me show you this. See? Evaluation, black is okay. Black is okay. But this is wrong. King needs to be near these pawns, yeah? That's kind of crazy. And compare this position with the king here to the other position. The king here protects everything. Endgames, gentlemen, endgames, yeah? Even at the top level, as you can see, are important. All right, let's go back to this game. What is this? Why is Larissa doing this? Because he doesn't have much time, yeah? But it's kind of risky, man. Yep, the king is coming. Black is winning! Gentlemen! The engine says black is winning here. But he needs to find king d4. Although I don't understand why it's winning. I think c6 is a human way. Yeah, Naka is completely outplayed, man, in this endgame. Crazy. Absolutely crazy, man. Naka is lost. He didn't lose yet, but he is lost. He was winning earlier. I don't have to tell you what effect is on him if he loses to Hans, okay? You guys all know their relationship, right? So I don't have to tell you how is this going to affect. And now knight a2. Why? Why don't you play knight c2 here? Oh, because rook takes, yeah? Yeah, rook takes, yeah. Oh, it's a Zugzwang. So c5 is a Zugzwang, yeah? King here, and then knight c2. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Wow, okay. And Hans played this a little bit too fast. Okay, so it's gonna be a draw. Wow. Wow, okay. See, I said, you know, knight c2 is the correct idea, but he needs to play it in the right moment. And c5 is actually a useful move because fixes pawn on the light square and opens the diagonal for the bishop. Yeah. And now it's going to be a draw. Pretty amazing, actually. And black is already extra pawn. And white is actually risking. I think Irigasi can win this game. If he wins this game, he'll be 9.5 points, just like Nepo, yeah? If Irigasi wins this game, he shares second place. No. Rishuk drew, right? So it's 10, 9.5. So he shares third place. All right. So what's going on? Kurana draw. Abdusatorov obviously, he's still playing. My God, I thought he was gonna resign soon. He's still playing. Sindarov is winning. He beats Duda. Duda will be extremely disappointed. Extremely disappointed. Yeah, Duda did really well in the first 2 days, and today he just collapsed, yeah. Disappointing. This should be a draw. Jacobson. Oh, Jacobson plays black. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. I thought he was playing white. Okay, he lost. And this is a draw, but it's not a simple draw. It is definitely not the simple draw. Simple plan for black, yeah? So white needs to find a way to draw this. I actually don't see a simple draw here. Nothing is simple here. And this is losing. Naka did not find the correct move. And black now has to find the correct move. This square is critical for the knight, yeah? So he must push immediately. And Naka is lost again. But I'm curious how the engine showed the draw there. Okay, just for a second, I'm curious. Why is this a draw after this? Ah, because you just do this and this, yeah? And this and this and then, yeah, it's a draw, yeah. I mean, like, Naka plays this, really? Bishop c4 resigns, no? c2. It's calculation. You need a pawn here, so the bishop protects this pawn, and then white king goes here. And black king goes here, king h6, king f3, king h7, bishop moves, king f8, bishop here, king h7, bishop b3, and then king is here. And it's a win for black. It's not an easy win. I can tell you this is not an easy win. My God, so many crazy endgames again. You know, I love endgames, right? So for me, it's like a field day trip. I love this. Wild endgame here. Pretty amazing endgame here. But the corner is correct, yeah? The corner is correct, so queen trade is good for black. Wow. Alright, this is now draw. White is pawn down, but the activity is way much. Actually, black is risking. He's taking risk here. Black is taking huge risk. So he needs to make a draw. Yeah, this is not an easy win for black at all. I think in the practical game this is a draw. It's impossible to win this. With seconds on the clock, pretty much impossible. -5. Okay, so the queen goes here to protect the bishop and protect the pawn, yeah? And then black needs to slowly improve his king and push, yeah? The engine suggests queen on c5 as best spot for the queen. Then maybe h5. I got the same game, yeah? So let's get the Alireza game back. And white must do the perpetual. Or rook g6, yeah? What is rook h7? What is rook h7? Huh? Huh? Rook d1? Pin? Hit? Ah. Okay, you have c4. Okay, good for you. Okay, and if knight f8, then what? Then probably rook h8 and then take on king c5 or something, yeah? No, but there's king e7, knight e7. I don't get it. What if knight f8 now? Then what? Okay, but rook e6 is a draw. Or take and rook e6 is a draw, yeah? But there is a trap. Rook c6, rook d3 is something. So if you take, you cannot take this. c5, king e3. Okay, cheapo, cheapo. It's a cheapo, it's a dead draw now. Okay. Alright, Hans brings the king to the king side. Bishop covers the checks. Queen covers the king. Then he takes this pawn and he wins the game. Hans found the plan, guys, okay? King comes here. Bishop comes here, and then black captures this pawn and black wins the game. That's pretty much it. That's the plan. Alright, sounds good. Bishop f7, king here, queen e5. Alright, king goes here. Or g7. Actually, king f8, also not bad, yeah. If Hans wins this game, he will be 8.5 points. Actually not a bad result. Yeah. Dubov still playing, yeah. I'm sorry, you kind of need quite a few more things to get on the FFL list. I'm sorry. You kind of need to win the World Cup first, okay? You win the World Cup, you're automatically granted FFL title for sure. Wait, who is playing for a win here? Bishop g4? Eric Gacy is pushing and pushing the envelope, man. You're pushing your edge-walking skills to the limit. King c7, king c6, the only move now. The only move. Huh. Alright, pawn is gone, and now it's still not easy, but... Yeah, it's still not easy, but okay. Huh. Yeah, but slowly black wins. Yeah, bishop here, and the pawn goes to h3, and now mate threats come to you. Yeah, you need to start checking. Alright, this. Bishop t5, very strong. Very, very strong. Yeah, bishop t5 is like critical, yeah. Now black creates threats. Queen g5 is also not bad. Queen f5. King can now hide on h5, yeah. Yeah. Right, I want to see this. They should show this. Come on, they have to show this. They cannot not show this, yeah?
Changed, right? Bishop e2, knight to c8, and now white is winning. Knight c8 apparently was a very bad mistake. Or knight, yeah, knight b8.
Knight b8, you mean?
Right.
But he did not exploit
Rook d6 was rook d6, rook d5 was the winning move, but they're low on time, both of them.
Yes, with all this time pressure, it's not easy.
Okay, one.
I am liking white, though. Everything about the position says white
Bishop f3
has real chances to win this game, even if the engine keeps
somehow
going back and forth saying that it's equal or it's better or whatever. This is the kind of position where you lose this as black. White has the trumps, the bishop, the active rook, the passed pawn.
Yeah,
a
white
lot
is
going
better,
for
but
white's position that forces Argent to have to defend, and it's just not going to be an
Check
easy
from
defense.
A2. So what did you go? King E3, I'm guessing. Rook C2 and
rook c1, yeah, sounds
capture
good.
on D5.
There's
Is
a-
that what you have to do? And King D4.
Rook c1, king c6, yeah.
And
knight
you
c6
do win the pawn even. It's just that it's so limited material left on
Actually,
the board.
draw.
Might-
A pawn is a pawn, excuse me. I mean,
Oh
yeah.
wait, you cannot take it
Ah, rook
immediately,
E7.
I'm guessing, because there is knight C6 and
Yeah,
this pawn
okay.
will fall. Right, so King D4, Rook C1. If Bishop C4, Knight C6, check.
King C5.
Yeah, Bishop C4, Knight C4, check. Here, ah, you cannot take the pawn. There is a kind of drawish line, but is it
Queen
rook?
G3
Knight
the
B8
threat, yeah.
equals. That's how
So-
computer plays this position. No, no, no.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
black.
pawn has been captured.
Pawn
And
has
he
been
did not play that
captured.
move, but
He
this
did not.
check.
Yep. So Bishop C4, check.
Well, Dark Bishop Nepo,
And
we'll
you
find out, I
cannot
don't
go
know.
here, Maurice, because
Knight
knight D7 is a
is
checkmate in one.
That's pretty darn funny, actually.
Yeah, so you have
That
to
is
go
pretty
kind
funny.
of drop the king back, and then he can continue his checks. He can continue his checks. Wait a second.
No, but the king will get to B2 eventually, no?
Who is commentating?
He's gonna
Doesn't
back
sound
up.
like
What's
Maurice.
that about? That's useless. He's just going to check him again.
D4, and then it's a check. If you go this direction, then I'm guessing knight C6. Make sure that the pawns are getting traded. Yeah, he's probably gonna hold. By the way, Dubov did win. I mean, it's confusing. It either says Dubov won and then returns back to showing the games in progress.
Yeah, I don't have a
I'm
win
thinking
as yet.
No, you don't have the result yet.
Okay, he won for sure. This is winning
Oh,
position.
no, I actually do have a result.
Yeah.
I do have a result. It says that he won, but how is it that it
All
looks
right,
like
now
the
this
game
is
still
dead
in
draw.
progress? Time is ticking down.
Absolutely.
And knight takes
Knight
on
takes
E5.
E5.
That's a move.
Should
with the
completely
bishop
equalize,
hanging.
right?
And how do you do anything here?
I guess.
I just want them to see
take
covering
A6,
Nakamura
say,
game,
I'm a
okay?
pawn up.
That's why I left this on.
We all know it's a draw, but still, perhaps.
No, but if he can give a check, a matter of fact, he can play.
Come on, guys.
Seven
This is
check?
dead fucking draw. Why are you wasting your time? Look at the
He
Naka's
should have been able
game.
to play knight D3
It's
check.
way more interesting.
Oh no, but the pawn, and now a little bit of attitude. He realizes there's no chance after rook to D6, and he's just pushing his pawn. He can't get past the square, and that is indeed a draw. Could we see the game we're talking? Is it a game? Dubov? No, the game is.
Yeah,
Now-
Dubov's game's over. I think everything like top 10 at the very least is over. And in fact, I do not see any games in progress on like top 30 boards.
All right, well then, we've done our job. We've done our job.
Man.
Oh,
All
he
those
resigned.
boards we were making sure we just tracked, but we have
Okay.
winners, and that's the most important thing.
My god, they skipped over Nakamura's game, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they didn't show it, yeah? They didn't show it. My god. Hans winning was black from lost position. Why is it two? It's still winning. King h5 resigns, yeah. Alright, so the tournament is finished, I think, yeah? And we can finally see the results. Alright, let's see it. So, Murzin, 10 points, first place. Grishuk, draw, 9.5, only joined by Nepo. So, top 3 places, 3 Russians. Quite a statement. But Murzin above Nepo. Okay, Nepo 2 times candidate. 3 times candidate. I forgot. And Grishuk many times blitz winner and stuff. Yeah, so this Morzin already took the first place. I don't know if Grishuk ever won the Rapids. Let's check. I know that Nepo, I don't think he ever did, yeah? Let's see. Grishuk. Three-time World Blitz Chess Champion. So he didn't win a single Rapid title, okay? So this is actually his closest. He is age 41. Man. 41 only. I thought he was older, but okay. And Nepo. Three silver medals in the Rapid Championship. 3 times he was second. And a silver medal at the Blitz Championship. So he didn't win Blitz or Rapids ever, but he was second. And now Morzin left both of them without gold medal. That's kind of ironic. But this shows that this Morzin kid is going to be a huge future, yeah? He's got a huge future. All right. So, top 3 places, and then we have a huge tie, obviously. Dominguez, 9 points. Sevian is kicked back. Alreza, 9 points. Erigisi, 9 points. And actually not a huge tie, yeah? Not a huge tie at all. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dubov joins. And Sindarov joins by beating Duda. My God, Sindarov doing better than Abdusatorov. Sindarov sharing 4th through, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people sharing 4th through 9th. That's pretty much all the real money from this event. Jacobson was half a point more than Wei Yi. Imagine if Jacobson won the game, he would actually do so much better than everybody else among the Americans, yeah? He would actually join the Dominguez. Ray did actually good. This result is incredible for Ray. Naka losing, and Aronian only scoring 8 points, yeah? Neiman, 8.5 points. So, Dominguez, the best Rapid American, followed by Neiman. Oh, Neiman is sharing with Sevian. Sevian is still 8.5, yeah? Still 8.5. Huh. But incredible, yeah? Jacobson, Sevian, Neiman, all youngsters. Finally, moving up. Naroditsky, only 7.5 points. Huh. He's very mad? No shit. How much surprise to me Morzin is winning? A little, but not much. See, I played this Morzin kid. I don't know how to tell you this. When did I play him actually? He was already very strong. So, I played him Blitz in the Rapids, okay? Let's see. There. Oh, apparently I beat him in the 19 World Blitz. I drew him in the Russian Blitz, and I drew him in the Rapids recently, actually last year. Oh, I beat him in the Blitz. Wow, okay. Me doing my things, yeah? Killing him in the endgame. Yeah, he is actually doing well here because very strong pass pawn. But he allowed my king for some reason to get in. And if the king is here, then he is lost, yeah? He's just lost now, obviously. Yeah. 19. That is 5 years ago. All right. I barely beat this kid, yeah? 5 years ago. 5 years is huge, huge time difference. That's why Naka is mad, because that game which he lost to A4 guy, that game completely threw him off. He's not the same after that game. That's why he lost to Neiman, okay? Because that game lingers. Nepo is always second. Don't tell that to Nepo. He'll be upset. Okay. All right. He was 12 then. Yes, I remember he was extremely. And I think we played one more game, but for some reason it's not on chess games. But okay, yeah. Kids grow up fast. Okay. Really fast. All right, gentlemen. I am not sure how much of the Blitz commentary I can do, because things will be flying fast. All right. So no guarantees, and I hate Blitz. All right, I absolutely can't stand Blitz. I love Rapids, but I hate Blitz, to be honest. So I'll try to. Tomorrow we have the simul, yeah, classical simul. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna do the classical simul, and after the simul, I will stay and do some commentary, okay? But not for long. And then on Monday, I will get some rest. Wait, what is the procedure? What is the schedule? How many days is Blitz? Blitz is 2 days, right? Yeah, it's 2 days. Okay. So tomorrow and after tomorrow's 31st, actually. Wait, it's already after tomorrow? Oh my God. Oh, right. 29. Okay. Actually, that's today. Yeah. It's already today. They have the rest day. So people will be preparing for the Blitz. So today we have the simul. Okay, fine. December 30 is Monday. Correct. And yeah, I probably will take a break on December 31st. And on Tuesday, which will be December 31st, Tuesday, I'll play the title Tuesday, okay? And I'll play only one title Tuesday. Second title Tuesday, as I said, we had this program where me and Vera will do the Fischer Chess Simul for you guys. And I also do the commentary of this finals or semifinals Blitz, okay? So that's what I'm gonna do. I don't want to do this Blitz commentary for these 13 rounds. But I will do some commentary for this finals, okay? All right, and we'll do the simul, so it's a busy program. All right, sounds good. Tomorrow day off, tomorrow. But today we have a simul. What time is the simul? Today, same time? 9:30 Europe. All right. If you want, we can do it earlier. I can do it earlier. I can start like 9 or 8:30 if you want. Because I know, yeah, you're like, what? No, but... Huh? Earlier better? All right, fine. Let's do it 9 o'clock then, okay? So today we do it 9 o'clock. All right, see you guys. Thank you for your support, by the way. Those donations, absolutely critical. Keeps your streamer alive. Keep them coming. Thank you. Alright guys, see you. Good night.